Welcome everybody. Okay, it's another stream. We're looking into the U.S. immigration policy. So you've seen in the news lately of lots of deportations, roundups of unauthorized immigrants. Um, we've heard Republicans talk about gang violence due to immigrants. So we're gonna sort through the information available and see what is really going on. And I tend to think, and this is through personal experience myself, immigration, even unauthorized immigration, is has been good for the country. It's been going on for a long time, and it just hasn't seemed to cause a lot of issues. For context, I grew up in a border state, Arizona. So in high school and then summers in college, I worked landscaping and construction, and I worked with a lot of immigrants, and they seem to be hardworking, salt of the earth people. So let's see what we can find out. This is my fourth stream on the topic. So far, we've looked into methodology for estimating the number of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. We've got Pew, who the federal government cites a lot. They estimate currently there's 11 million unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. Then you had Yale with a new methodology come out in 2018. Um, and their estimates, they've been changing more because of their peer review process. But they estimate about 22 million unauthorized immigrants in the country. And that is good for the immigration, for the pro-immigration argument, because that means it's half the crime rate. The crime rate with 11 million is already lower than the native-born population in the U.S. Uh, so we looked at their methodology. Pew, basically, they just survey a lot of people in the U.S. and then they ask them if they're an immigrant or not. They don't ask if they're here legally. And then they go to government data on the number of legal migrants in the country, and they subtract total number of migrants, um, or they subtract the legal migrants from total number of migrants, and then they get their estimate. The issue with that, though, is a lot of unauthorized immigrants won't fill out the survey in the first place. So what Yale does is they use that for some other estimation in their model. Then they also look at arrest rates at the border, that comes out from the Border Patrol, and so that's DHS, and then the Department of Homeland Security. And then they look at surveys of people in Mexico that worked in the U.S. for a time and then came back. So there's some migrants have come back and forth. That became less common after certain crackdowns. So in 2015 there was a crackdown. So less migrants come here on what they call a sojourn. And also in 2015 they started thumbprinting and taking pictures of people, so they have a better idea of like who are the people that have attempted to cross multiple times. Okay, so let's take a look here. Here's the topics to cover. I decided instead I'm going to go through each of these topics a little bit, and then I'm going to go back through and do a deep dive instead of doing one by one a deep dive on all of them. That way I can just have my bearings faster here. Okay, mute my phone. Okay, so this is the first stream where we're looking at crime rates. How are crime rates estimated for unauthorized immigrants in the U.S.? Here we go. Customs and Border Patrol. So we're just gonna start here and then look at their sources. Criminal alien statistics. The following is a summary of U.S. Border Patrol enforcement actions related to the arrests of criminal aliens for fiscal years 2017 to 2025. Okay, criminal alien arrests. So I'm assuming this doesn't include detentions at the border. Okay, here we go. Numbers. They have it broken down by crime. So here we go. Assault, battery, domestic violence, burglary, robbery, larceny, DUI, homicide. Illegal drug possession. Oh, illegal entry, re-entry. So that is part of the... that is part of the crime statistic. Let's see, fiscal year. Oh, okay. So these numbers include detainments at the border, illegal weapons possession, transport trafficking, sexual offenses, other. Okay, it looks about half of these crimes are border entry. Yeah, somewhat consistently over the years. Okay, let's get this data and put it in Excel. We'll save this. Immigration. Custom crime data from Customs Border Patrol. Okay, let's total the numbers. Let's get some commas in here. Let's get the decimals out. Okay, so these numbers we're seeing here, they did not match these numbers. Oh, or did I miss one? Nope. Okay. Yeah, our access data aligns 2018, 2017, 2018. Okay, so 2025 is partial. Let's grade this out. Oh, what's our error here? Oh, ignore error. This is the sum, right? Yes. Let's get our graph going. Do scatter plot. Okay, it's been a minute since I created a plot like this. Okay, here's the data, and then we'll just, years will be the labels. Okay, now how do we select data for our labels? Okay, there we go. Okay, now that's a okay. That's a label for the x-axis. Now we got a label our series. No. Shit. Oh, here we go. Oh, I see. Select data. So series one is actually going to be this way. Okay, I think cell numbers are not matching up. Let me. Okay, we're gonna delete all this data. Add data. Series name. This series value. This. Let's skip the last year. Okay, we're going to I. Okay, here's series name. Okay, homicide. This goes to I. Drug possession. Illegal entry, re-entry. Illegal weapons. Sexual offenses. Here. And then other. And then finally total. All right, and our data is squished. There we go. Okay, y-axis at 0 like we want it. Okay, so this is total. I wish. No, these. Wish we had less dark blues. That's what we got. Our purples. We do like a dark gray. Okay, we have a big spike in 2021 of crimes committed by unauthorized immigrants. But it also includes illegal entry. So let's do first of all, we'll just name this to other, and then total minus illegal entry. So this will be the total minus illegal entry, re-entry, because we don't really care about that. We want to see what the effects are of current and past policies. Okay, we selected a little too much data. Got a little too excited. We do not need that last column there. I didn't take. Okay. Total minus re-entry. Edit. Sheet A15. Columns V to 11. Oh, it is update. Okay, it just took a second to update the graph. Okay, it'd be nice if they just plotted this for us. Okay, what is so this isn't the rate, this is just the total number. Oh, so they take out convictions that are not deemed criminal in the US. Oh, this includes crimes too that other governments have accused these individuals of. So they might be found at the border and never come into the country. Okay. The reason the numbers don't match when we add these all together and compare them here um, is because sometimes there's multiple criminal offenses for one person in an arrest. Okay. We'll have to note that into this. Okay, then we'll take a look. What else do we want to do? Oh yeah, we want to link this. That's what I was thinking. Link, hyperlink. Okay, so it looks like there's a huge increase in crime in 2021, which is strange. You'd think there'd be kind of like a lag, maybe between a lot of people coming in and then arrests for crime they've committed. Well, but we do see a downswing here. COVID was at like started at like the end of 2019, like October. I think it was when people started taking it seriously. By that I mean investors and the government. Okay, so why the sudden crime? Was it because Biden? Must have been Biden. He's everything bad is Biden. Stub your toe, Biden. All right, we're just gonna ask this question so we know. Okay, here's the Harriton Foundation. They're a right-wing think tank, conservative, I'd say, versus like right-wing libertarian. Libertarian think tank would be a major one's a Cato Institute. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna check my stream. Make sure it's going. Oh, wait a second. All right, I'm live on both platforms, YouTube and Twitch. Sweet. Cool. Okay, looking at chat. How can I see? Oh, here we go. I'm looking at my Twitch chat. Okay, good. And then my YouTube one's integrated to the streaming software. And Twitch chat I can see, in case anyone's in the mood. Immigrants in the U.S. commit crimes at lower rates than U.S.-born population. This is Migration Policy Institute. Sounds like a think tank. Let's just wiki him real quick. American Nonpartisan Think Tank established in 2001 by Papamitrio. Oh, there's not much info on them on the wiki. Okay, well, whatever they say, I'm sure they'll sort it. I mean, they'll cite it. They'll cite the data they're using. Some research suggests that unauthorized immigrants are less likely to commit crimes because they are aware of constant threat of deportation and have more to lose than other groups if they violate the law. Okay, actually, let me just make sure this is total arrest because these numbers seem really small for millions of people. Well, no, I guess maybe not. Let's look at Yale's data again. Yale, and then we'll get a rate. Unauthorized immigrant population estimate. Okay, what we want is their estimate over time. Okay, so this is straight from the Yale website. Here's our estimate, and so then this is average is our black line here. Okay, so like we found out previously, same trajectory between Pew's estimates and Yale's, just a different scale. Okay, let me get the source in here. Yeah, so 2018 is when they started when they developed and released their new model. So we have a slide here for this. For this Yale study. Here we go. This is like 2017 is where this data stops. Let's find something newer. $2025 or 2021 here. What does our latest study say? Okay, here's newer data. We have this paper here. I'm going to check the institution that this came out of. Oh, is this for the one where you couldn't get the paper on it? Let's find the paper. Yeah, hopefully it's on the archive. Yes. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. February 2020. February. And it's the 16th. Snapshots. Yale. Yale. And let's see, who are the people that authored this? Scott Rodelitz. And yeah. Okay, the Border Patrol data only comes from only goes from 1997. Okay, it looks like circular migration, which are people that repeatedly come into the US and then go back to Mexico. Those started to dip precipitously in 2005. I know what slowed down migration a lot was the Great Financial Crisis, 2008, 2009. Okay, let's see. Here's our estimates. Let's see. We have this data in here though. Let's get it normal colored. Okay, I'm gonna consolidate these slides here, keep it organized. Okay, squish this data down, paragraph before 0. Hey, let's squish down. Oh no, it's the same space. Okay, this looks like hopefully a more recent study. Okay, get the study through there, but is this like a newer version of it? No, I feel like if you go to archive, it should be the latest one. Or maybe not. Let's just double check this. Latest one. Let's see. Latest EL estimates. We have this. Yep, only 2016. Can't they go through and like remodel this with the newer data? Okay, 2018. Okay, here's a paper. This is a report from the Homeland Security Statistics issued in 2024. Okay, and they're trying to find 2018 to early 2022. Oh, interesting. Okay, they're looking at different models throughout the years, although these are all the census models, but they call it the residual models. Yale's is a newer one. Okay, so then do they talk about, let's see this. Yeah, get a good title going for this. Estimates of the unauthorized immigrant population residing in the United States. Wait, no, we just need to put this back up. Okay. I'm using this always on top command prompt to know where I am on screen. What am I doing? Getting the title. Okay, so let's start off with the date 2024 as always. Stay organized. April 2024. They have a day of the month. Nope. Brian Baker, Ryan Robert Warren. He's cited in a lot of these methodology papers. All right, we got our title, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, here's the ages. Yeah, we really do. Typically, like violent crime in any society, it's highest among males. He's like 15 to 27, 28. So you want to account for that when you look at crime statistics of different populations. Let me write that down as a note for myself. Crime rates. Remember to account for 15 to 7 for violent crime. Let's look this up. Yeah, in the U.S. What is the crime rate by age and gender? Here we go. Okay, here's a chart. This is a paper on ResearchGate. I don't like this chart. It like starts grouping the age groups differently as time goes on, and plus then it's just stacking violent on top of property. Here's victim rates. Okay, let's check out Statista. Okay, we're seeing here. Well, what is this data here? Oh, number of murder offenses. Age of oh, okay. Here's the data we want. Oh, like no, it's saying here peaking age 2024. It's a little different than some of the other data we saw. Like here, it peaks at 18. But this is that's not that's property crime. Okay, so I'd say murder's violent offense. I'm no expert. Interesting. Do we get a source? No. Maybe I'll make a Statista account later. Okay, let me screenshot this in a nice way. Okay, these are all chunks that are four. Oh no, they kind of changed the chunks, the age chunks a little bit. Like here's 13 to 16. That's 4, 13, 14, 15, 16. Then here's 4 years. Then here's a 5-year age group. 5-year age group. 5-year age group. 5, 5. Okay, it's not that bad. Wee. Or can we assume like like if they don't know the age of the murderer, it's just gonna skew? Is their age gonna contribute to them not knowing? But yeah, we definitely see a fall off in murder with age. Maybe it's that murder. It's just they murder, then they get caught and go to jail. Can't murder anymore, except for people in jail. Like I just wanted to look at this to see like if we have a bunch of immigrants come, let's say from like Japan, and they're 60 to 70, and we go, look, they have such low murder rates. It's like, well, okay, let's see the most dangerous cities. Oh, this is in the world. Almost all are in Mexico. Likely cartel-related violence. Okay, so we don't have population estimates using real methodology. Past 2016. We do for Pew's. Unauthorized immigrant population estimates by age and sex. Okay, these are not. We're gonna compare data with like murder rate by age. So the chunks of age are different, so we'd have to account for that. Okay, let's talk about alternative estimates. Residual estimates. This is Pew's and CMS Center for Migration Studies. It says Okay, Pew and CMS also estimate the unauthorized immigrant population, but it looks like they're using Pew's numbers throughout this. So, because like, let's see, this would all add to uh, let's see, like 3, 6, actually like 13 million. Yeah, here's the 11 million number. This is, why are they saying it's an alternative Pew and CMS? It looks like this is where they're getting their numbers. Let's see. How many immigrants did Obama deport? Here's an NPR article. Obama deported over 3 million immigrants. This would be over 8 years. Okay, this is a 3-minute listen. Let's listen to this.
Okay, if President-elect Trump succeeds in deporting millions of people from the United States, his administration will not be the first.
Yes, in fact, the U.S. has deported millions of people in the past, and that gives us a chance to answer a question. When you deport a lot of workers who are not citizens, does that improve the job market for people who are and other
Right.
people in the U.S. legally?
NPR immigration correspondent Jasmine Garst has been studying.
Okay, this is the biggest question in my mind about immigration. Like, how much. The biggest, like, con I see in the pros and cons list to having a lot of unauthorized immigrants is a depression of low-skilled labor wages.
Yes?
Hi.
What does the history show here about this idea, which is one of the reasons that the new administration gives for a mass deportation?
Yeah, so the Obama administration did a historic number of deportations, more than 3 million removals. I spoke to economist Chloe East at the University of Colorado in Denver. She studied the effects of many of those deportations.
So we see really clearly that when there is an increase in deportations in a county, that does not lead to more job opportunities or higher wages for U.S. born workers.
Her work also focused on
Yeah. Obviously, we're gonna have to look into this. I'm just gonna take their word for it. Okay, font. How do we do the clear thing? Where do we clear out the font? This. Clear all formatting. There we go. Okay, date, 2024, December. We don't want this to be a link. December. Okay. Locations did not lead to increase in wages under Obama. Large-scale deportations did not lead to increase in job openings.
On something we rarely hear about, which is immigration as a way to create new jobs for American born workers.
How could immigrants, whether they're here legally or illegally, create jobs for American workers?
So let me give you an
Okay. I mean, obviously they're consuming in the U.S., but I would assume it's not much since, well, at least illegal ones, since their wages are low.
example. Earlier this year, I was interviewing business owners in Florida, and the owner of one roofing company told me if I could hire more immigrant workers to do the roofing, then I could take on more jobs, which means I would need to hire a manager. I would need to hire and expand my accounting team. And all those jobs would go to US citizens. So we don't talk about this a lot, but economists do talk about this trickle down effect.
Okay, so that doesn't mean that it is right or proper that you have to agree with people coming here illegally or through asylum or anything else. But in any case, it doesn't seem to cost Americans jobs. It may actually add American jobs if there are more people here and working.
Exactly. So, what Professor East says is that for every 500,000 people deported, she estimates there were 44,000 fewer jobs for American born workers.
The presidential campaign also touched on the idea that people here illegally are using resources, taking up housing, that this affects citizens. Are there findings about that?
We don't know what mass deportations are going to look like, right? But I wanted to bring it down to the day to day. We know immigrant labor is inextricably linked to our food supply. So consider farm workers in California, where a lot of US vegetables come from. Now, over 90% of those workers are foreign born, mostly undocumented. I asked Professor East what
Okay, it's heavy in agriculture.
food supply. So consider farm workers in California, where a lot of US vegetables come from. Now, over 90% of those workers are foreign born, mostly undocumented. I asked Professor East what could happen to, for example, the price of tomatoes, most of which come from California.
Mass deportations in the Central Valley in California would reduce the number of people who are able and willing to pick tomatoes, and also reduce the number of people who will drive the trucks from the tomato farms to the grocery stores. And when there are fewer of both types of workers, there will be fewer tomatoes at the grocery store at all, which will make the price of tomatoes go up.
So basically, what she's saying is if you're worried about the
I don't know. There's a lot of immigrants driving trucks, unauthorized immigrants driving trucks. I do know some, at least some, maybe a lot, but or most, but unauthorized immigrants, they'll get car insurance. I'm not sure how that works.
of food now, you should be worried about mass deportations.
NPR's Jasmine Garst, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, this is obviously a very small thing, but it kind of gives us some clues into how we can think about this. Actually, yeah, let's take an article. Take a look at an article that just captures, that just tries to explain important points about immigration so that we're not forgetting anything in our analysis. Okay, apparently migrant arriving at U.S. Mexico border dropped sharply during the first months of 2024, so that would be under Biden. Other before, let's see, when was Trump nominated? Keep in mind, like, we really weren't sure who was going to win the election this time around, because polling data for voters is not as good as it used to be. That's a trend that's expected to continue in the future. I listened to a podcast with Nate Silver explaining it. Oh, is it March? Okay. Okay, here's Walla. I've never heard of these people. Who are they? Something Latin America. What is Washington office on Latin America? Sounds like an NGO, I think, or something. It's a NGO. So it's a heritage foundation and NGO. I know it is, like, obviously it's a non-governmental organization, but do people this, if I say NGOs, would that include Heritage Foundation? Let's ask ChatGPT. No, the Heritage Foundation is not an NGO. It is a conservative think tank based in the United States. Established in 1973, conducts research and provides policy recommendations on various issues such as economics, government, and national security. Okay, NGO, so it's a policy research institution rather than a typical NGO. NGO often focuses on humanitarian or developmental goals. Okay, so then I wonder in what ways WALA, Washington Office of Latin America, an NGO. Okay, it monitors the impact of U.S. foreign policy on human rights, democracy, and equitable development in Latin America. Kind of sounds like a think tank, though. facilitate dialogue between the government and non-governmental actors. It reports on activities in order to inform and educate policymakers, religious and non-governmental organizations, and the general public about that impact. I'm at times like generally like I'm more skeptical of of nonprofit organizations with their missions because they want to exaggerate the issue so that they get more donations into them. But I'm much less skeptical of actual government data or like Pew. They seem to specialize in polling more so than they're like pushing any type of policy recommendations. The U.S. is home to 1/5 of the world's international migrants. What would be when? Why are they saying international? Like if you're an immigrant, does that mean like between countries? What is an international migrant? Gotta get our bearings on these words. Gotta get hip with the lingo. I'll keep my phone charged up. Okay, take a little Adderall. Keep us on track. International migrant. According to the United States Nations, is any person who changes their country of usual residence, regardless of their legal status, the reason for migration, or the nature of their movement. Okay, so it means an immigrant, but adding a lot of syllables here. Okay, the U.S. has 1/5 of the world's immigrants. Pew regularly publishes research on U.S. immigrants. Oh, this article is by Pew, by the way. How many people in the U.S. are immigrants? The U.S. foreign-born population reached a record 47.8 million in 2023, an increase of 1.6 million from the previous year. This is the largest annual increase in more than 20 years since 2000. Okay, so that's not as a percentage, just in total numbers. In 1970, the number of immigrants living in the U.S. was about 1/5 of what it is today. But this is an absolute numbers. Growth of this population accelerated after Congress made changes to U.S. immigration laws in 1965. Immigrants today account for 14.3% of the U.S. population, a roughly threefold increase from 4.7% in 1970. The immigrant share of the population today is the highest since 1910, but remains below the record 14.8 in 1890. Okay, this is interesting. Phew. Let's put this down somewhere. History of immigration. This slide here. Get this text box out of the way. This is Pew's numbers though, so there's pretty sure about the number of legal migrants. So subtracting Pew's numbers, it'd be about 36 million legal migrants in the US. But the true number of immigrants is probably 11 million higher than Pew's estimate. Before 1965, U.S. immigration law favored immigrants from Northern and Western Europe and mostly barred immigration from Asia. The Immigration Act of 1990 further increased legal immigration and allowed immigrants from more countries to enter the U.S. legally. Since 1965, about 72 million immigrants have come to the United States from different and more countries than their predecessors. So 3 great waves of immigration in the United States. Southern Eastern European wave, 1890 to 1919. As a percentage, South and Eastern Europe. North. This is when my father's side of the family came over. It was the Southern Eastern Europe wave, but he is Northwestern European. Okay, then there's the Northern Europe wave from 1840 to 1889. So imagine this is a lot where like many Germans came from. Here we go. Germany, 4.2 million. UK, 2.5 million. Norway, Sweden, 800,000. And I know like the Norwegians tended to settle in the Midwest. Sorry, there so many blondes there. Oh, so a lot of the Irish came in the first wave of Northern Europe wave, 1840 to 1889. A lot of people from Germany. I didn't know we ever had a Russian immigrant wave. That was the second wave. 3 million from Russian Poland, 3.8 from Italy, 3.7 from Austria-Hungary, 1 million from Germany, and about 1 million from Ireland. And then the modern era, 1965 to now, it's Mexico, China, and India are the largest numbers. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna record this. Okay, according to Pew, a fourth of immigrants are unauthorized, but according to Yale, that'd be like almost 2/3. I mean, almost a third. Actually, yeah, about a third. Okay, lots of immigrants in New York, LA, Miami. Okay, this is just as a total number, not as a percentage. Okay, of course, we're gonna expect the biggest cities have the biggest number. Okay, so half of Mexican immigrants are less than high school educated. From my understanding, I think Mexico has like a high literacy rate though. So, and they use the Roman alphabet. Okay, the literacy rate in Mexico is around 95% for adults aged 15 and above. Okay, global data is saying it's 99.5%. But I wonder in literacy, like, what is like, how much do you have to be able to read? English literacy test. A lot of these are just gonna make me sign up. What are common questions on an American English literacy test? Reading comprehension. Like, what is the main point of this paragraph? What is this passage mainly about? Identifying supporting details. Questions that require you to find specific information or details within the passage. Questions that ask about the author's tone, purpose, or opinion. Questions that require you to make logical conclusions based on the text. Questions that test your ability to recognize the structure and validity of arguments presented in the text. Which of the following words is spelled correctly? Oh, they ask you spelling. Like among this 5% of illiterate people in Mexico, like what could they read? Like what percent can read like basic stuff, like the signs, like names of roads? Obviously, like people will know what a stop sign means, whether they can read or not. ChatGPT.com. What are example questions for an American English literacy test? Okay, Tommy woke up early on Saturday morning. He knew it was going to be a long day filled with errands. After a quick breakfast, he headed to the store to buy groceries. What was Tommy's plan for the day? He planned to relax all day. He was going to run errands. He planned to visit friends. He was going to take a trip. Let's be. Choose the word that was closest in meaning to the underlined word. The manager gave a stern warning to the employer. Friendly, harsh, helpful, positive. Be harsh. Choose a correct form of the verb to complete the sentence. She blank to the store every Saturday. Goes, gone, going, go. B-A, go. Goes. A lot of people with the Mandarin first language mess that one up. The cat sat on the mat and then it ran away. Okay, the punctuation. I love reading books, comma, then quote, she said. Okay, these are like really basic questions. Which of the following is an opinion? The sun rises in the east, dogs are loyal companions, water freezes at 32 degrees, Paris is the capital of France. A VB. Okay, so pretty US pretty illiterate if you can't pass that. I agree with these tests. US literacy rate of native born. Oh, there isn't a single definitive native-born literacy rate statistic. Studies show that a significant portion of U.S. adults, including those born in the U.S., struggle with basic literacy skills, with a large percentage reading below a sixth grade level. Sixth grade's like not that bad. I mean, if you just think about what most people do for work and stuff, like I think probably a lot of articles are written at like a fifth grade reading level. Let's see. It says ChatGPT. What are some example statements written at a fifth grade reading level? The sun set behind the mountains, painting the sky with shades of orange and pink. A tornado is a powerful storm that can cause a lot of damage. It has strong winds that spin in a circular motion. I think summer is the best season because we don't have to go to school and we can spend more time outside. Cats are usually quieter than dogs, and they can be just as playful and loving. Okay, what reading level? Okay, let's see. What grade reading level are most best-selling fictional books written in the U.S.? Most best-selling fictional books in the U.S. are typically written at a 7th to 9th grade reading level. Strikes a balance between being understandable and engaging. Hunger Games is a 5th to 7th grade reading level. The Da Vinci Code, 8th to 9th grade. Twilight, 7th to 8th grade. What reading level is... Oh, what's that one? A 50 Shades of Gay. Shades of Gray. Written in. I heard it's really low. 6th to 8th grade reading level. Simple sentence structures and vocabulary. The book focuses more on narrative, emotions, and relationships rather than complex language or heavy themes. Okay, yeah, I'm not surprised it's as high as 6 from what I've heard. About 28% of U.S. adults aged 16 to 65 scored at level 1 or below in literacy, meaning they have low literacy proficiency. But what percent are immigrants, though? A substantial portion of U.S. adults, including native-born individuals, read below a sixth grade level. Well, immigrants are overrepresented in the low literacy population. A significant portion of adults with low literacy levels are also native-born. The Barbara Bush Foundation for Family Literacy commissioned a study that concludes the U.S. could increase its annual GDP by 10%, adding 2.2 trillion in annual income by enabling greater literacy for the 54% of Americans reading below a sixth grade level. This is a substantial amount of people reading below a sixth grade level. I feel like it'd be very hard to put like a number on how much raising that would increase our GDP. Like for one, some people like they just learn to read very fast on their own, and they're probably like most of the people with like, well, at least like in engineering, I guess there's probably other high, maybe like salespeople could benefit. Is that really for GDP that much though? But then also there's plenty of jobs where you don't really need to read very much. Like when I was in landscaping, even in construction though, for most things you need like arithmetic down. There's like high skill construction. You need to be able to like read manuals about how to use tools and learn the processes. Oh, there's a lot of YouTube out there now. I'm thinking of like welding. I wonder how much you could probably learn a lot from just watching YouTube videos. Versus like in the 70s, it'd be almost all reading unless you like bought a VHS series. My dad used to do that, like VHS series for different construction projects he'd do on the side. It's like the old version of YouTube. You'd buy a lot of books too. Encounters with migrants from many countries have declined sharply since the end of 2023. Damn, Venezuela plunged 99%. Okay, increase in rates for countries that have not been common origin nations. Okay, that one. I mean, wasn't that supposed to tell us why? No, it just says that encounters have fallen, but not why. Let's see, U.S. immigration, 9 charts. Okay, here's some articles on just U.S. immigration in general. Okay, I don't think we're gonna be missing much in our analysis. That's why I was looking at those articles. What data says about the immigrants in the U.S.? Okay, so they estimate 14% of our population's foreign-born. But really, you would add 11 million with Yale's data. So that would put it at 59 million immigrants. Okay, let's extract this text. $47. Okay, if we use Yale's data, we're gonna find a new estimate for percent of total population that is illegal. $334 million. We'll take the comments. Instead of being 14.3% with Yale's data, it's 17%. Let's write that down. Okay, our first Yale slide. Yale slide. This would put all immigrants at 17% of population. Okay, now we go to crime rates. This is what people care about a lot, of course. Okay, we're gonna say does mass unauthorized immigration help the U.S.? First thing we're gonna think of is crime. Although I've seen it widely reported that crime rates among unauthorized immigrants is much less. So we'll have to dig into that data and where they get it. We want our arguments airtight. Driven by decreases in crime among juveniles and young adults, the most recent age crime curve looks notably different than from earlier ones. Oh. Violent felony arrest rate. This is for California. Yeah, it's showing that. Okay, so the age profile of violent criminals has been changing over time. So in 1990, violent crime would spike at age 18 or 19 to a very high level. And now it peaks at like 29 years old, except the peak's much lower and it's a gradual rise to it. Actually, so crime for people age 30 and over has been about consistent, like for their age bracket, for the past 30 years. But it's the younger people that are committing less crime nowadays. That's so weird. Like, why? Is everyone just like exposed to lead in 1990? All the toddlers. Interesting. It's okay. This is California only. Okay, we're gonna note this down. Yeah. Violent. So this violent felonies, that'd be like assault, I'm assuming armed robbery, homicide, sexual violence. So why is this? I know there's four theories on, or four hypotheses on why crime's been going down in the U.S. over the decades. One of the hypotheses is that they took the lead out of gasoline, and so people in urban areas were exposed to a higher concentration of lead in the air due to there being more car density in urban areas. Because if you're exposed to lead at a young age, it increases rates of violence and also decreases cognitive ability. It's purely bad. There's it's not like copper where like you need a little bit, but too much is bad. It's just bad. There are several policy implications that follow if younger generations are less criminally active than older generations. Unlike broader and oftentimes temporary fluctuations in crime that occur due to changes in economic and social conditions, generational changes in criminal activity may point toward longer-term shifts in future criminal justice capacity needs, as well as they need to incorporate birth years and risk assessment and in assessment tools to reduce inaccurate predictions. Okay, so the share of violent crimes committed by young adults between the ages of 18 and 22 has dropped considerably, as Figure 2 shows. After reaching a peak of 32% in the mid 1980s, this age group made up around a quarter of violent crimes committed by adults from 1989 to 2009. Figure 2, the share of violent felony arrests for young adults dropped notably over the last decade. Good stuff. Don't see a lot of good news these days. Criminal offending rates among 18-year-olds are now below that of individuals in their 30s. Criminal offending started to drop for individuals born in the 1990s. Okay, so this is like the opposite of what I've heard. I've always heard that highest crime rates were for men 15 to 27, 28. Now it's men age 25 to 33. Although, of course, we're gonna expect this for some reason. It seems people born in the 1990s are less criminalistic. Arrest rate. So in 1990, a 19-year-old, they were 1,800 violent felony arrests per 100,000 residents. So almost 2% of 18-year-olds were getting felony arrests. Jesus. Okay, then here's a chart of murder offenders in the US in 2023, with the peak being 20 to 24 years old. More in line with what I've heard. There's a huge unknown bar here. This is probably for unsolved murders. Yeah, this is another weird thing I found out. I've known for a while the murder solve rate, not like a while, but it's about half. I didn't know it used to be way higher. They call it murder clearance rate. So in 1965, 91% of murders were solved or cleared. You might assume they got the wrong people more often, but now it's. Wait, I don't think that'd be that often. I think it'd be. They'd have a higher solve rate because of phone data tracking. Of course, the murder rate was a lot higher, so maybe like it's easier to solve cases because people are tripping out and just murdering each other. Now it's more like sneaky, more sneaky murders. Homicide clearance by victim race. Okay, so we have to keep this in mind. The changing nature of um, violence in for different ages, and plus two, this is only California. So one hypothesis for a recent decrease in crime rates over the previous decades is that abortion was legalized, so you have less kids born into broken homes. Okay, so unauthorized immigrant crime rate. Oh, here's an NPR article. 2024 sick. Oh, came out 2 days ago. Oh no, this is a year ago. This audio will be available later today. I got that. On all things considered. Okay, I'm gonna pee and make some tea. I'll be back. All right, got my protein shake for these squats that I did to use build muscle. Okay, let me do some tab management here. Let's see. In 2021, did their data go back? Um, yeah, I went back to 2016 here. Let's see. Has this data changed? Okay, this is the conviction numbers, total numbers for unauthorized immigrants. Let's see. So for 2017, no, it's the same number as it was. Okay, let's just add in these 2016 numbers here. 2016. Okay, take these numbers, put this in, just values. Value. And then here's our calculated data. Okay, and then we'll get the commas in here, make it readable. Where would this be? Okay, number, comma. There we go. And the way this is, oh. I have to add that. Okay, I can do that later. All right, now we're looking at, all right, we're reading this article. NPR, immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than U.S. born Americans. Studies find multiple studies. Okay, this is NPR. And where did we put the date in the last title? At the end. 2024, March 8th. Okay, let's see what it's saying. The murder of Laken Riley took center stage during Thursday night's State of the Union address. Wait, that was a few days ago. This is saying this is from 2024. Oh, okay, okay, it was during Biden's State of the Union, apparently. The murder of Lincoln Riley took center stage during Thursday night's State of the Union address. Riley was a 22-year-old student who was killed last month at University of Georgia. The suspect in her murder is a Venezuelan migrant whom officials say was illegally in the U.S. Yeah, I don't know much about this case, but it just seems so striking because she was in a good program she was studying nursing. She didn't know the murderer at all. So people can see this and think, oh, it just randomly happened to my child. Of course, I think obviously we want data, not anecdotes. And so let's get that. During the Republican rebuttal, Riley's murder was brought up by Alabama Senator Katie Britt. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as a mom, I can't quit thinking about this. I mean, this could have been my daughter. This could have been yours. The claim that immigration brings on a crime wave can be traced back to the first immigrants who arrived in the U.S. Ever since the 1980s and 90s, this false narrative saw a resurgence. During the current presidential campaign, the vitriol has been intense. Just in the last few months, former President Donald Trump has spoken of immigrants as criminals and mentally ill people who are poisoning the blood of our country. Florida Governor and former presidential candidate Ron DeSantis said migrants suspected of carrying drugs across the border would be shot, without specifying how drugs smugglers could be told apart from other migrants. However, research indicates that immigrants commit less crimes than U.S.-born people. Much of the available data focuses on incarceration rates because that's where immigration status is recorded. Okay, let's mark this down. Trump. Unauthorized immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. DeSantis migrants crossing into, wait, was he talking about into Florida or into the U.S.? Suspected of carrying drugs will be shot. That's pretty brutal. DeSantis. Okay. Before I forget, crime rate data comes from prison records where immigration status is noted. Okay, so I'm assuming they get sentenced to prison. I don't know how it works. So they're deported back to their home countries where the U.S. says, hey, they committed this crime. So then their home country puts them in prison, I assume. Um, but if it's like a terrible crime, do we keep them in prisons in the U.S.? I'm not sure. We want to trust other countries with keeping them locked up. Let's find this poisoning the blood of our country clip. Okay, gotta unmute the site.
15, 16 million people. You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country, when they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country.
Has he ever given any evidence that countries are emptying their insane asylums and prisons into our country? Or was he thinking, did he hear the word like claim asylum and be like, oh, they're from an asylum?
From Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we're going to build more. And the election was rigged, and we didn't do it, but I figured they'd just throw it up. Would have taken 3 weeks. It was all built. It was all ready to be just hoisted up. The exact wall that the Border Patrol, who are incredible, Brandon, Judd, and all of the people at Border Patrol, that's exactly what they designed. They had the anti-climb bars. They had everything. And you know what they did? They didn't want it to go up. They sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. Can you believe it? All of that stuff. It's Judd and all of the people at Border Patrol. That's exactly what they designed. And the election was rigged, and we didn't do it, but I figured they'd just throw it up. Would have taken 3 weeks. It was all built. It was all ready to be just hoisted up. The exact wall that the Border Patrol, who are incredible, Brandon, Judd, and all of the people at Border Patrol, that's exactly what they designed. They had the anti-climb bars. They had everything. And you know what they did? They didn't want it to go up. They sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. Can you believe it? All of that stuff. It's a very sad thing.
What? He's saying
this is far more than a campaign. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. It really is. There's never been anything like it.
I don't believe any of this. I need to just start compiling like Trump's like most shocking lies. That's the ones that just like don't even make sense. Oh hey, Sam Cedar went on Jubilee. What was this? Okay, real quick though, I'm gonna get my extension. Or, I mean my cookies. And then I'm gonna download this video. Okay, preferences. How do I do this? Okay, let me check this as my clipboard. Yes. What I need to do, I need to just. Hmm. Okay, 1 second here.
Strangers to cooperate.
Sam Cedar, he's really good at debate, so um, I'm hoping I will be too. But gotta test, gotta do a real life debate to see. Hello. Okay, it's good. I can download. Link grabber. I'm gonna archive this video. Got it. Oh yeah, check the folders and okay, got it. Yes, it's here. Oh, okay, just real quick. What speech was this? I can't sign into Google. Am I still able to stream? Okay, I'm streaming on Twitch. Sign in. Oh shit. Okay. I've never had this issue. Shoot. Let me try. I'll just do Firefox. Okay, I'm still live, but I just can't sign in on Chrome. Weird. Weird. Oh wait, I'm not live on YouTube. What is going on? Or Firefox is frozen. Okay, I'll look at what screenshots from later. Actually, we just have it here on my desktop. My computer's being unfriendly.
You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country, when they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be. And then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we're going to build more. And the election was rigged, and we didn't do it, but I figured they'd just throw it up. Would have taken 3 weeks. It was all built. It was all ready to be just hoisted up. The exact wall that the Border Patrol, who are incredible, Brandon, Judd, and all of the people at Border Patrol, that's exactly what they designed. They had the anti-climb bars. They had everything. And you know what they did? They didn't want it to go up. They sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. Can you believe it? All of that stuff. It's a very sad thing. This is far more than a campaign. This is the greatest political movement in the history of our country. It really is. There's never been anything like it.
I think that was all lies. I wonder what do conservatives say about it? Like his constant lying? Do they just say like, "Oh, Dems lie too"? It seems like I should get a the list of Trump's crazy lies, and then I'll get a list of Biden's lies, which is gonna be a much smaller list too. But I'm just assuming the nature. If Biden never did lie, a lot of it was probably like he thought it was true at the time. I mean, there's just such a difference between Trump's lies and Biden. I didn't follow Kamala that much because she's it was just like Trump was just such an obviously like flawed person. I wouldn't want him as president. Like Biden, even if he's lying, did he ever just like bold face lie? Let's look. Okay, trying to sign in. Having Google issues. Who needs Firefox? Account here. Yes. I really don't think I can just drag Chrome into into Firefox now. List of Biden lies. PolitiFact. Okay, conservatives aren't going to believe this. United States House Committee on Oversight and Accountability, huh? Let's see, when was this published? December 9th. In an op-ed published today on Fox News, House Committee on Oversight and Accountability Chairman James Comer, Republican from Kentucky, detailed how Joe Biden lied from start to finish about his family's influence peddling racket. Chairman Kilmer highlights, oh, okay, President Biden said he wouldn't pardon his son. There's one. How many does Trump have? Probably like 10,000. Okay, family's involvement, efforts to profit selling the Joe Biden brand. Okay, so he said he wouldn't sell it. Trump never said he wouldn't launch a meme coin. Okay, there's 20 shell companies, all with Joe Biden at the center of the family business. Oh, they're not hidden very well. Enriched tens of millions of dollars. Okay, gave a sweeping pardon to Hunter Biden. What were Hunter Biden's convictions? 3 federal firearms related felony charges. I know one of them was Hunter Biden. He was using crack, and then on the form he filled out, he said he didn't have a substance use disorder. Here we go, AP. After 25 years in prison. Okay, first time offender won't get anywhere near the maximum. We need a new PowerPoint. This is not immigration. This is going to be about Trump versus Biden lying. We're going to make a lion Biden a little bit. Okay, Hunter Biden's convictions. Oh, number these. There's only 3 of them. Okay, so he's convicted. Uh, he left in an SUV. Okay, Joe Biden did say he would accept the verdict and not pardon him. Okay, can we get the charges? Okay. Filling out a gun purchasing form saying he's doesn't have substance use disorder. Who's Bew? Okay, so the proceedings put a spotlight on a dark time in Hunter Biden's life, including his spiraling descent after Boo's death in 2015. Okay, so they use like pictures and text messages of him, pictures with drug paraphernalia or partially clothed, embarrassing pictures. He proved he's in the throes of addiction when he bought the gun and therefore lied when he checked no on that form, whether he was an unlawful user or addicted to drugs. Okay, what are the other two charges? Faces a trial in September in California on charges of failing to pay $1.4 million in taxes. Hunter Biden. September trial of failing to pay 1.4 million. Damn, that's a lot of taxes. Okay, just list the one charge. What were the charges Hunter Biden was convicted of? Unlawful possession of a firearm. And false statement regarding firearm information. Okay, let's look at the details. I think the first two speak for themselves. This is from 28. These are from 2018. Oh, he pled guilty to 9 charges related to tax evasion in September. Why is this text box suddenly like this? Just paste the text in. Thank you. Convicted of, or no, pled guilty to 9 charges. President Biden justified the pardon by suggesting that the legal proceedings were influenced by political motivations. I mean, these seem like fucking gotchas. Like, he buys a gun, he says he's not addicted to drugs, but he is. I mean, it's not a great thing to do, but it's you really need to, like, spend all these resources convicting him. Okay, the indictment. Count one. Okay, so here we're fact checking that. ChatGPT. Colt Cobra 38 special revolver. Okay, count one, count two. Wait, so one he's certified on a form. Oh wait, they're both just for the form. Count one and count two are for Form 4473 that he was not an unlawful user of and addicted to any stimulant, narcotic, drug, and other controlled substance when in fact as he needed that signal was false and fictitious. Wait, so one, he provided a written statement on Form 4473, and then count two is that he certified on Form 4473 the same thing. Okay, and then count three. The fuck? Okay. The one's for filling it out wrong and one's for signing what you filled out wrong? It's just like once I was pulled over and I actually had um insurance, car insurance, but I didn't have my papers on me. This is before you just show them on your phone. And the officer wrote me up for two charges of not having car insurance. So I could just go to the courthouse and show my insurance and get them dropped. But he put on there two charges from two different laws passed like 30 years apart. That was a law against not having car insurance. So it was basically like the same charge twice, and then each one was $1,000 fine. That's basically what this sounds like. Okay, so count three. On or about October 12th, 2008. 2018. District of Delaware. Hunter Biden. He knowingly possessed a firearm. Said firearm having been shipped and transported in interstate commerce. He possessed a firearm having been shipped and transported in interstate commerce. Is that? I didn't know that was illegal. What does that mean? Like, he took it across a state boundaries? Sections 922, 922 G3. It is unlawful for any person who is an unlawful user of or addicted to any controlled substance to ship, transport, possess, or receive a firearm or ammunition. Oh, so he bought the gun while he was addicted. Okay, so buying a firearm while addicted. Section 922. What are these? These are the little 38 specials. Little snub nose revolver. .38 special. That's just like a shortened 9mm. 38 special versus 9mm. Look at the image. Oh, it's bigger than a 9mm. So the 38, 380. Okay, 380 is a shortened 9mm. Oh man, so if that bullet's that big, with this short of a barrel, it's being such a loud shot. Because the combustion's not going to be done by the time the bullet exits, so you still have ammunition combusting after the rounds left. Not gonna be very accurate. I guess it's just like it's for concealing. That's why it's so small. I've heard two people like the revolver because of the shape of it. If you say you have it tucked somewhere under your clothes, it kind of looks a little more organic. We have like the shape of this handle here than like a very rectangular, like something like a Glock, a semi-auto. Here we go. The Equal Rights Amendment has become part of our Constitution. What's the Equal Rights Amendment? Okay, so it's some kind of amendment. There's a deadline to ratify it in 1982, but some states ratified it after that. Some scholars argue the deadline is unconstitutional. What is the Equal Rights Amendment? Guaranteed protection against sex-based discrimination. The resolution set a 7-year time limit for 3/4 of the states to ratify the amendment and make it part of the Constitution. In 79, Congress voted to extend the deadline by 3 years to 1982. Does Biden try to enforce this amendment? Okay, but Biden's own legal counsel in 2022 said that they supported the Trump administration's opinion that the amendment died when the deadline passed. So did Biden like try to enforce this? The idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. What? Who cares about this one? This is about like Trump getting shot, right? Yeah, I mean you got like JFK and Abraham Lincoln. Who cares about this one? Doesn't. Inflation was 9% when I came to office. Oh, it was 1.4% when Biden took office. Let's see, inflation year-over-year rate. All right, Bureau of Labor statistics. Past 20 years. Okay, so it's 2.5. Yeah, no, inflation had been low since Obama took office. I mean, just a spike up to 5.6 year over year, over 5 for a few months. I don't consider that very high. I have a much higher tolerance for inflation though because it helps my student loans become nothing. Okay, it was 9%. Like right in the middle of Biden's presidency. China's in a situation where they have more retired than working. Okay, billionaires 8% average tax rate. Remember standing next to ground zero the next day after 9/11. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to go through and we're gonna compare like Biden's most outrageous lies to Trump's, both in like their content and the number of them, frequency and magnitude. I think conservatives, they'll agree with PolitiFact if it says bad things about Biden. Okay, I'm gonna try to sign in again. Maybe my phone's got something on it. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna try to sign in through my phone. See if that fixes anything. Okay, YouTube works. Okay, we're just gonna look at this article then on Firefox. Oh, okay. I'm hearing that my stream's quiet. Testing, testing. Okay, I'm gonna test my audio. So I'm gonna mute myself for a minute. I know I'm going to mute my desktop audio is all. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay, while I wait for this, I'm gonna make my tea. We can get my finished tea. I'll be back. Testing, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm gonna ask about my audio. Okay, the claim that immigrants brings on a crime wave can be traced back to the first immigrants who arrived in the U.S. Ever since the 1980s and 90s, this false narrative saw a resurgence. During the current presidential campaign, the vitriol has been intense. Just in the last few months, former President Donald Trump has spoken of immigrants as criminals and mentally ill people who are poisoning the blood of our country. DeSantis said migrants suspected of carrying drugs across the border should be shot without specifying how drug smugglers can be told apart from other migrants. However, research indicates that immigrants commit less crimes than the U.S.-born people. Much of the available data focuses on incarceration rate. Because that's where immigration status is recorded. Some of the most extensive research comes from Stanford. Research. There's some pretty smart people there. I know a lot of their graduates. Economist Ram Abramitsky found that since the 1960s, immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than U.S.-born people. There's also state-level research that shows similar results. Researchers at the Cato Institute, a libertarian think tank, looked into Texas in 2019. They found that undocumented immigrants were 37.1% less likely to be convicted of a crime. Okay, so I wonder if they use Pew's or Yale's population estimations of unauthorized immigrants. Economist Ran Abramitsky. I wonder if he's done any interviews. %60 less likely to be incarcerated. I'm assuming. Cato, Texas. I'm assuming they're accounting for things here. Like if somebody gets convicted and then we ship them out to their home country and they're incarcerated there. I'm sure that's counted. But we're gonna look into the methodology. Texas 2019. I wonder how much money Cato has. How much money does Cato make a year? Is it like Cato Institute? Uh, 80 million in revenue and only 42 in operating expenses. That's a lot. That's a good amount of money to pour through data with. They rely on contributions from individuals, foundations, and corporations. I wonder what corporations agree pay libertarian think tanks. Dang, in 2024 fiscal year, revenue was up 40%. Yeah, they're having a huge margin. ProPublica, Cato, 501c3 nonprofit. They only have 2 million in liabilities. The president and CEO get 600,000 a year. Their VP and chief digital officer gets 300,000. 300,000. That's actually pretty low for a VP. And yeah, I mean for CEO that's low too. 630,000. Okay. How are they funded though? Revenue contributions. Oh, they made over $1 million in investment income. That's cool. They got some royalties, just a little bit, 18,000. They're not rent seekers. No rental property income. Okay, so the vast majority of their money comes from contributions. Their executive compensation is only 900,000. That's low. How many employees do they have? Okay, can we see? Oh, they got 4 million in 2024 in income. Do 501c3s have to let's see, detail their income? Have to reveal their donors? Public disclosure and availability of exempt organizations, returns and applications. Contributors' identities not subject to disclosure. Is a tax-exempt organization required to disclose the names or addresses of its contributors? They're generally not required to disclose publicly the names or addresses of its contributors set forth on its annual return. Okay, so the IRS probably knows, but the public does not. So they generally are not required. Contributor names and addresses listed on an exempt organization's exemption application are subject to disclosure, however. Okay, so if you don't want to pay taxes on the money you send them, then you disclose. If you're the donor, that's what it sounds like. Oh, the general exclusion for contributor information on annual returns does not apply to private donations or to political organizations described in Section 527 of the Internal Revenue Code. Certain tax-exempt political organizations must report the name and address and the occupation and employer of any person that contributes in the aggregate $200 or more in a calendar year on Schedule A of Form 8872. Okay, so this is not. Oh wait, and this was in 2024. Okay, so here's Covington saying reporting donors' names to IRS no longer required for certain nonprofits per final Treasury regulations. Okay, certain tax-exempt organizations are no longer required to report to the IRS the names and addresses of donors on IRS Form 990 Schedule B according to the final regulations published on May 28, 2020. Social welfare organizations, trade associations may report only the amounts received from each substantial contributor. Okay, but what about political? Okay, so Section 527 of 501c3s are political organizations. They still have to report names and addresses. Okay. So, I mean, I don't see how the Cato Institute would possibly be considered not a political organization. History, activities, publications. Oh, they publish books. They have a lot of books. Social Security, the inherent contradiction. Islam Without Extremes, a Muslim Case for Liberty. Mustafa Akyol, 2011. A Libertarian Mind, a Manifesto for Freedom. The Militarization of America's Police Forces. Oh, they have a podcast. Hosted by Caleb Will Brown. He's not the CEO. He's the director of multimedia there. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, libertarian and classical liberalism. So, classical liberals. I mean, I think a classical liberal would just be somebody that's like opposed to authoritarianism, I think, and favors small government. It's a branch of liberalism that advocates free markets and laissez-faire economics and civil liberties under the rule of law, with special emphasis on individual autonomy, limited government, economic freedom, political freedom, and freedom of speech. All right, so how could you have these things under authoritarianism? Contrary to progressive branches like social liberalism, it looks more negatively on social policies, taxation, and the state involvement in the lives of individuals, and it advocates deregulation. Until the Great Depression and the rise of social liberalism, classical liberalism was called economic liberalism. Cato Institute advocates policies that advance individual liberty, limited government, free markets, and peace. So you're like non-interventionism, defensive foreign policy. Okay, let's see. Cato Institute funding. Who funds the Cato Institute? According to the organization's annual report, 32.1 came from individual donors. 2.9 million came from foundations, 1.2 came from program revenue. 1 million came from corporations. That's not, seems like a low number. But since they're a 527, category of the 501c3s. They have to list the names of donors above $200. Here's Forbes 2012. The Koch brothers fund Cato. Yeah, so they have 80 million in revenues and only like 42 million in expenses. So I wonder if they're a nonprofit, what they do with the profit. Maybe they did make 4 million in investment last year, so maybe they just invest the difference into the future, where they'll accumulate a bunch of money and then really push for libertarianism. So the Koch brothers, obviously, they'd want deregulation. Okay, Charles and David Koch have contributed tens of millions to Cato, including more than 13 million since 2000. Okay, but where are they getting this information? Charles stopped donating personally around 1991. He did contribute about 250K a year through a foundation he controls, the Claude Lamb Foundation, but that ceased in 2010. Dang, so they put over 30 million over 35 years, so about $1 million a year. Okay, so about 10% of all of Cato's funding. For the first few years of Cato's existence, Charles Koch provided 100% of the funding. And then no funding in the last 2 years. This is a 2012 article. Oh, here we go. Donald Smith. I haven't heard of a lot of these foundations. Okay, anyways, so they saw I mean, technically, just because somebody's funding an institute doesn't mean they're going to live and to favor the interests of the donors. But I mean, I'm probably gonna lean things a certain way, and you could see like a large industry like oil in favor mass migration because it increases the pool of labor and drives down labor costs. Okay, so Texas 2019, 37.1%. Less likely be convicted. account for, okay, so when we're looking at crime rates, we're going to account for ages of migrants, young men tend to be more violent, and we'll look at rates of crimes of second, third, fourth. What the heck? Okay, third. Third, there we go. Fourth, etc. Right, so like if we have migrants, if they have a low crime rate, but then their children have a high crime rate, that could be an issue. I doubt we'll see that, but you know, we gotta cross our T's. We don't want to get blindsided in a debate. Okay. Now more into this NPR article. Again, this is 2024, March 8th. Article by NPR. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than US-born Americans, studies find. Beyond incarceration rates, research also shows that there is no correlation between undocumented people and a rise in crime. Recent investigations by the New York Times and the Marshall Project found that between 2007 and 2016, there was no link between undocumented immigrants and a rise in violent or property crime in those communities. NYT. (2007 to 2016). No link between unauthorized immigrants and a rise in violent or property crime. The reason for this gap in criminal behavior might have to do with stability and achievement. The Stanford study concludes that first-generation male immigrants traditionally do better than U.S.-born men who didn't finish high school, which is the group most likely to be incarcerated in the U.S. That's not surprising, right? Because a lot of people don't graduate high school in Mexico for economic reasons, I assume, or other reasons beyond the reasons for U.S.-born Americans. The study also suggests there's a real fear of getting in trouble and being deported within immigrant communities. Far from engaging in criminal activities, immigrants mostly don't want to rock the boat. Reasons for crime gap, fear of deportation. Yeah, imagine going to a prison in the U.S. versus going to a prison in a third world country. Where you'll eat what do you even serve? Food served in Mexican prisons. So they give you like ground corn, rice, beans, and tortillas, with the meat often being a gray, unidentifiable mystery meat, sometimes jokingly referred to as carne de perro, dog meat. Rice, beans, and tortillas. Oh, so be bad for their teeth. Mystery meat. Slow cooked beans. I have to get salt. Visiting days are highly anticipated as inmates can receive food and drinks from visitors, which is a welcome change from the prison food, I bet. Sure, spam sounds way better. Some prisons have food courts that sell hamburgers, pizzas, and other food, so not everyone can afford such luxuries. Inmates have been known to recook the raw meat they are fed in the dining hall. Poor quality. The food served is often of poor quality and designed to sustain but not energize inmates, potentially to prevent escape or rebellions. Ah, ouch. Oh, that's like starving. What's their metabolism? Oh, if you lose a lot of weight, it's easier to climb walls. Okay, what's roti? Round flatbread from India. Far from engaging in criminal activities, immigrants mostly don't want to rock the boat, but the idea that immigrants bring crime remains widespread. Oh yeah, I'd like to see, we should look up opinion polls. I think too, when we look through the methodology, we've got to. I know that like in migrant communities in Phoenix, they just don't call the cops very often because they don't want to get deported. So like, if you want, you just blast music and throw ragers up until like 5, 6 a.m. and like no one ever calls the cops on you. Maybe they just don't mind music as much, but I think it's because they just don't call the cops. So maybe there is crime, it's just not being reported to the police. Okay, let's see. See if methodology what do you say, like factors in, I would say accounts for migrant communities. Calling police less. I would think too, like immigrants, they probably marry younger in Mexico, and I'm assuming like married men probably commit crime less because no, a big factor for crime is status-seeking behavior of young men. That's why. So if you have a poor community right next to a rich community, that's going to increase crime. In fact, it's the number one predictor of crime. You can measure it with a formula called that finds the Gini coefficient is the name of it, named after the economist that discovered this relation. And the idea is that like young poor men, they want to impress and be attractive to women, so they'll they're not all like young men, but like whatever percentage they'll they'll commit more crime in order to get money, just to have a more badass reputation. This is the entire article? Okay, well, I mean, it gave us some sources to look at. Okay, a few months ago, NPR reported on a migrant shelter functioning in Staten Island, New York. Anthony Pagano, the owner of a flower shop located close to the shelter, told NPR he was against it being located in his community. How do you put migrants across from an elementary school, an all-girl high school, and another public elementary school? He asked. You don't know who they are, criminals. You see all the crimes that are being committed by migrants. New York City police data shows there was no rise in murder, rapes, or robberies in the area. High proportion of young married men. Okay, migrant shelter based in Staten Island. Locals don't want it. NYPD found no rise in murder, rapes, or robberies. It's a dark topic. On New York Staten Island, anti-immigration protests intensify as migrants stream in. Up until recently, an eerie recording reverberated 24 hours a day in the usually quiet Staten Island neighborhood of Arocar. This building is not safe for humans. The community wants you to go back to New York City. Immigrants are not safe here. Jesus, there's... The loudspeaker was pointed at a new migrant shelter assembled at what was once a Catholic school, one of several shelters on Staten Island. It houses 60 people. Jeez, it's fucking obnoxious. Just point a loudspeaker at a migrant shelter? A couple of years ago, this might have been unthinkable for a city in which a third of its population is foreign-born to become one of the focal points in the national argument over immigration. But in the last year or so, New York City has received about 100,000 migrants seeking shelter. Okay, let's look at these Stanford studies first. Okay, so lead researcher Ran Abramitsky. Oh, let's email him. Stanford studies. Ran Abramitsky. Abramitsky. I feel like this usually gets romanized to SKY out of TZEKY. Okay, I gotta pee. Yep. Breaking news. My sister wants me to install Windows, so I'm just gonna put the USB in and get that going. I didn't put a fresh version of Windows. I just fixed her computer. Okay, this is paper. Law-abiding immigrants. The incarceration gap between immigrants and the U.S. born 1870 to 2020. So this is Ember. Let's save this. Let's get a title going. '23-07. Oh, well, it was revised in March. Abramitsky. Bustan. Law-abiding immigrants. So this is an NBER working paper. What is NBER? NBER. NBER. National Bureau of Economic Research. Private nonprofit. Research organization committed to undertaking and disseminating unbiased economic research among public policymakers, business professionals, and the academic community. They're known for proposing start and end dates for recessions in the United States. Okay, looks like they're a big deal. Let's make our own folder here. Save here. Oh, there's a chat from Bisky. Hello. Ah, it's too late. Didn't see the chat. How can I make my chats easier to see from Twitch? Because I have them. I got 4 monitors. 1 to my left, 2 to my right. The 2 are very, well, as you can imagine, the 4th one's a bit of a head turn to get to. Oh, I'm so sad I missed Bisky's chat. He or she seemed nice. Let's see, I don't even have the timestamp. Can I turn timestamps on? Chat appearance. Timestamps. Hell yeah. Okay, cool. Oh, she's here 20 minutes ago. Maybe she'll pop on back. Or he. It's he. Not sure the gender. Okay, with 27 pages only. Abstract. Okay, let's get our notes going here. You know, actually, let's just get a list of studies going. Okay, so we'll go back. We got this downloaded. We'll do new tab. Ran Abramiski. Okay, let's see. Maybe I'll have a list in working papers and related to it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so Amber Miskey for his Enber research, or Abramitsky. Intergenerational mobility of immigrants in 15 destination countries. Well, we're focusing on the U.S. Enclaves and assimilation in the age of mass migration. Evidence from ethnic Catholic churches. Immigrant enclaves offer valuable ethnic amenities but may delay assimilation. Yes. Climbing the Ivory Tower, how socioeconomic background shapes academia. The GI Bill standardized testing in socioeconomic origins of the U.S. educational elite over a century. The refugee advantage. English language attainment in the early 20th century. The U.S. has admitted more than 3 million refugees since 1980 through official refugee resettlement programs. Scholars attribute the success of refugees groups to governmental programs on assimilation and integration. Before 1948, however, refugees arrived without formal selection process. Okay, here's this paper. Law-abiding immigrants, the incarceration gap between immigrants and U.S.-born. The gendered impacts of perceived skin tone evidence from African-American siblings in 1870 to 1940. Financial crisis in a socialist setting. Impact on political behavior, social trust, and economic values. That'll be interesting. Yeah, because I heard China's having... They're having their property meltdown. Let's see how they manage it. Yeah. I have different tools in the US. Were Jews in interwar Poland more educated? Why are they studying this? Intergenerational mobility of immigrants in the U.S. over 2 centuries. This one looks interesting. Okay, let's link this. We're linking the last study, of course, and then we'll link this study. See, does it take us? Okay, copy link. Hyperlink. PDF there, and then we'll download it for posterity. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's get our title going. 2019, October. Abramiski, Houston, Jacome, Perez. Okay, so we have Abramiski, Bustan. I think Jacome too on this one. Common, yeah. Oh, Elisa. Oh yeah, Elisa Jacome. Huckholm. Edber. Okay, one line, shift home. Shift home. Wait, downloading. Got our title, guys. And gals. Y'all's. Y'all's in the building. Hello, y'alls. Greetings, y'alls. Linking individuals across historical sources. A fully automated approach. Nah. To the New World and back again, return migrants in the age of mass migration. Cultural assimilation during the age of mass migration. Using 2 million census records, we document cultural assimilation during the age of mass migration, a formative period in U.S. history. Immigrants shows less foreign names for children. Whoops. Yeah, let's look at this. Okay, same researchers. Except this time with Catherine Erickson. Revised 2017 September. I have their names here, and then now we've got the title of the study, and it's from Enver. Okay, so then now we can download it. How long is this one? 66 pages. Shit, we got a lot to do. Oh, I'll update the presentation. All right, update. Okay, immigration in American economic history. The United States has long been perceived as a land of opportunity for immigrants, yet both in the past and today, U.S. natives have expressed concern that immigrants fail to integrate into U.S. society and lower wages for existing workers. Interesting. Yeah, I mean that's one of our main concerns is wage lowering. Wage lowering. Okay, so we're gonna get this one too. These are all Edward studies so far. Immigration. Immigration in American economic history. Okay, issued. Looks like no revisions. Oh, they must be good, or they're conniving and they hide all of their mistakes. Okay, we got the title, and now we'll download this. I say 5 studies. That's what we want. So, um, book translations as ideas flow, as idea flows. The effects of the collapse of communism on the diffusion of knowledge. Okay, so this next study's gotta be a good one. Have the poor always been less likely to migrate? Evidence from inheritance practices during the age of mass migration. During the age of mass migration, 1850 to 1913, the U.S. maintained an open border, absorbing 30 million European immigrants. Imagine if we just didn't do that in the U.S. We'd have like 30 million people here. Oh, interesting. Europe's tired, poor, huddled masses. Self-selection and economic outcomes in the age of mass migration. Okay, so this would be like the people that migrate are obviously different in some ways on average than the people that stay in Europe. The United States maintained open border. Using a novel data set of Norway to US migrants, we estimate the return to migration while accounting for migrant selection across households by dot dot dot. That one looks interesting, but I mean I do kind of wonder about like the Mexicans that do illegally migrate into the US. Like how are they different than those? I mean, I know they tend to be younger. Not a whole lot of 75-year-olds crossing the border. Alright, so these are all of them. Okay, now let's check Stanford. Stanford profiles. Academic appointment. Senior fellow. Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research. Honors and awards. What we want to see is his studies he's contributed to, publications. To each according to their space need, communes in outer space. Should that be our 5th study? Okay, so this publications list on the Stanford website includes his Edinburgh research. The hell is this space study thing? Can't just not. Look up space policy. Oh, where was this published? Whoa, do I have a key stuck on it? Nope. Okay, so it's a serious paper about space settlement and resource allocations and distribution. It is a Science Direct article. ResearchGate, can we download it from here? Okay, request full text, no. Cohost.org. I'm just trying to download the study. Archive it for posterity. Okay, with Science Direct. Introduction. Oh, I mean, the whole thing's here. But it's not PDF, though. Space settlement advocates frequently argue that we will soon be able to settle humans in space. Surviving on Mars is clearly a prerequisite to settlement, and much work has been done examining the engineering aspects of this endeavor. Much less work has been done, however, on questions related to how to arrange a society in space. Early settlements will be dangerous, isolated, and cramped, and picking a social arrangement that is likely to result in a vibrant and productive society will be more critical. Moreover, given the high stakes of this endeavor, being able to anticipate and ameliorate likely social problems ahead of time would be beneficial. Some important questions to consider include: how can settlements pick members who are likely to contribute as much or more than they take from the society? How will they make sure everybody continues to contribute? How will they retain their most talented members? Yeah! Don't want no freeloaders. Don't want all these hard workers upset at all the lazy people. The Butterites, kibbutzim, and 60s era's communes. Okay, so lessons from 3 major communal movements. Well, I mean, one thing that's good about space settlements is it's hard to leave. So you kind of might realize how important it is to get along. Hopefully. Two of the richest men in the world are dedicated to human settlements. Elon Musk has claimed his company SpaceX may be able to get humans to Mars by 2029 and suggested it may take only 2 to 3 decades to get a self-sustaining settlement of approximately 1 million people established. Government officials argue that space settlement is an urgent need as well. For example, a 2022 report from the United States Defense Innovation Unit claims a new space race with China has begun and seeks to achieve nothing less than the permanent establishment of the first off-planet human settlement. Despite significant technological, biological, legal, geopolitical, and ethical hurdles that still remain, momentum towards space settlement appears to be building. Technology and capital are moving towards readiness. Where did they publish this? Okay, let's start, well, okay, now we're gonna find one more study by Abramitsky. My enter key keeps sticking. I'll have to fix that. Here we go, Google Scholar. Marrying up the role of sex ratio in assortative matching. Do immigrants assimilate more slowly today than in the past? American Economic Review. Okay, let's look this up. This is a good one. Guys, I feel it. Okay, if I click it, does it take us to a download link? No, I'll get the publication date though. 2020, March 1st. I wonder if it's been revised. Abramitsky, Bustan, and Erickson. American Economic Association. And NBER is what? The National Board of Economic Research? Let's double check that. National Bureau of Economic Research. Put this in our jargon. Our jargon slide. Woo! Jargon. Jargon. Okay, and words of the day. Oh, sorry, before words of the day. Okay, NBER. National Bureau of Economic Research. We want to keep our eyes out for for a word of the day. March 10th. Euro. Nah. Maybe we'll find it in the study. Okay, can we download full text PDF? Article full text access. Oh, member login. Shit. No, it'll be okay. Okay, we're gonna clear the text formatting. Alright, we gotta get the link. I know we are. Alright, double quotes. Paste double quotes. Do immigrants assimilate more slowly today than in the past? Do immigrants assimilate Stanford University? Okay, they say, oh, look at that. Okay, so we got the link. Have a hyperlink. And we've already got the title for it. Oh, can I do question mark? Can we do an upside down question mark? Let's see. List of usable characters. Windows 11. Oh, I'm sure it hasn't changed much over Windows versions. Okay, we can't use these. Really not a lot. Okay, that's fine. This is really interesting data. That the younger Americans are committing far less crime, and it's over time this will show more. Show more in the data because most of these, the peak crime age is like 30 now. So weird, never heard that. Oh, we'll download this too. Public Policy Institute of California. Okay, we'll name this to 2023 September. Our younger generations committing less crime. Less crime. PPIC. Public Policy Institute of California. Okay, we'll down this to the crime rates. Cool. Okay, I'm just gonna try and log in again real quick. Nope, no access in Gmail. Yeah, I can't even put my password in. I could just close all the tabs. Migration Policy Institute. Okay, let's download this too before I close all these tabs. Okay, we'll do our title over here. 2024, October. MPI. Immigrants and Crime in the United States. Hey, look at the overall immigrant population. Oh, we're less than half the rate of crime in Texas. Well, so this is just general arrest rates per 100,000 persons. So, arrests include things from petty crimes on up to like the heinous. Why is this M all messed up? Oh, okay, it's just the text rendering. All right, we're just gonna clip that data really quick. And this is MPI, so crime rates. MPI Texas study. Documented immigrants commit crimes less than US born citizens. I'm surprised though it's so much higher than the unauthorized immigrants. Okay, this is referring to this NPI explainer is referring to a 2020 federal study. 2020 federal study, Texas migration crime rate. So it'd be nice to get the actual study. Uh, it's not really. There we go. Okay. I just want to see real quick, are they using Yale's or Hughes numbers for estimated unauthorized immigrant population? Sweet. Okay. Let's look at that. Okay, December 2020. So somewhat recent. Okay, shut down that presentation. Come here to our list of studies. Link. Okay, copy link address. Add that in here. Hyperlink. Boom, got it. Okay, we'll get a title going for the file. 2020 December 7th. E. Roby. Comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born citizens in Texas. All right, pretty. It's a no-nonsense title here. Oh yeah, we'll have to rename the slide because it's no, it's not just studies. Okay, mostly this we University of Wisconsin-Madison University. We're gonna put where these come from. Wisconsin. Madison. Oh, the first four Ember. National Bureau of Economic Research. Founded in 1920. So I think this one's Stanford. Let's check. Yes, Stanford. Okay, let's rank order which version we're gonna do. Which studies we're gonna look at. Okay, let's studies. I will be back. Okay. All right, my to-do list. Oh, I got it. Check. Ah, shit. That's right. Why a to-do list? Right, how can I get anything done without a list? To do. Oh, let's put this up. Second slide. To do. Check if Twitch chat has timestamps by default. That's me. I'm just a timestamp type guy. I gotta show off the nice tea kettle. Yeah, it's a sketch. It's all around. Okay, so we've got these studies listed, which are the ones on the clipboard. Hey Roby, comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born citizens in Texas. Yeah, let's start with this one actually. How many do we have here? 6? How many are here? This is just an explainer. Well, I'll put this in the front. How I choose to organize. What's this one? December 2020, I think. Okay, and then what's the one we're missing here? Oh, yeah, this is not about immigration. Is it spelled right? I mean, I probably copy pasted this. What is this? Why? It was that spelled wrong. I think it's a hard word to spell right. Okay, this was this I think we can. Okay, here's Homeland. Oh yeah, this study it just uses Pew Research. It looked like ACS American Community Survey. Okay, overview 8 OHS generated. Okay, Office of Homeland Security. They just get their numbers from Pew and CMS, Center for Migration Studies of New York, a think tank. Okay. Alternative estimates, residual estimates. This is what they're using though, so I don't know why they're calling it an alternative estimate. Inflow, outflow. Okay, this is. Oh, I guess this is what you would name Yale's model. Yep, Zarandi, Feinstein, Kaplan, they're out at Yale. In 2018, a team of academic researchers published a new estimate of the unauthorized population based on a different methodology. Zarandi. My name is Fazel Zarandi. Feinstein and Kaplan, starting from an assumed 1990 baseline population of 3.5 million unauthorized immigrants. They combine separate estimates of population inflows and population outflows. This is 22 million in 2016. Okay, with a range of 16 to 30 million, so not super high confidence. Or not a Not a super low margin of error. Oh, they're fighting back on this method. Okay, so one key finding is that the difference between Fazell-Zarandi et al.'s results and the Department of Homeland Security's residual model is entirely driven by high estimated growth in the Fazell-Zarandi et al.'s model during the 1990s, yet key data required for inflow-outflow modeling are not available for those years. These data limitations, along with a number of questionable modeling assumptions, give OHSS little confidence in Fazell-Zarandi et al.'s findings about population growth in 1990 to 2000. A number of questionable modeling assumptions. I wonder what that is. But they use the Mexican Migration Project data, which is a survey of Mexicans in Mexico, and asking them about their sojourns, which are temporary stays in the U.S. Okay, I'm gonna for the Yale study though, I'm going to name. I'm gonna name it inflow outflow estimate because I didn't. Yale Insight. Okay, 2018 inflow outflow model. Oop, there we go. Okay, let's do that. I estimate is 20, was it 29.5? 20, yes, 29.5 million. New data they use, detentions at borders, fingerprints, started in 2000. Let's give ourselves a little more room here. And full story link. I want to put the criticisms in under these notes. Criticisms. Okay, here's more information what we got from Pew. Categories of migrants. Jargon words of the day. All right, we'll just put criticisms in its own little text box down here. Main migration phase 1990 to 2000. Or we'll just say bulk migration phase has little data. started fingerprinting in 2000. Okay. When did migrants at the border start getting fingerprinted? Oh, 2001. Imagine a lot of migrants work with their hands. I know people that like work with their hands a lot in terms of like if you like shovel a lot or you're a masonist. What do you call it? Masonist? Masonry worker? Masonry worker. Your fingerprints change a lot. Oh, just a mason. Okay. We'll bullet these criticisms. A number of questionable modeling assumptions, like okay, then we're linking the criticisms. This is the Department of Homeland Security hyperlink. Put this in. There we go. Okay, component estimation details and limitation. Limitation undercount of non-immigrants in the ACS. The census is believed to undercount non-immigrants at higher rates than native-born population. Aren't non-immigrants? It said non-immigrant compared to native-born. This report assumes that the undercount rate for non-immigrants was 10%, the same rate assumed in DHS estimates for 2000 and 2005 to 2015. Undercount of lawful permanent residents, refugees, and asylees in the ACS. This report assumes the undercount rate for lawful permanent residents, refugees, and asylees in the ACS was 2.5%. Okay, the undercount rate assumed for unauthorized immigrants in the American Community Survey is 13%. Okay. These are the those are estimation numbers we're looking at, and now we're looking at crime. Immigrants are prosecuted and imprisoned at lower rates than U.S. born. Immigrants in the United States had lower incarceration rates than native born population since at least 1870. Wouldn't that be at most 1870? In 2020, immigrants were 60% less likely to be incarcerated than the U.S. born, according to a study by Enber. That's probably one of our studies we got already. Yeah, law-abiding immigrants. Yep, that's the one we got. Although a 2021 Justice Department study points out prosecutions of immigrants increased between 1990 and 2018, nearly 90% were for violations of immigration-related laws. Notably, U.S.-born citizens were 10 times more likely than immigrants to be incarcerated for committing weapons-related offenses, 5 times more likely for violent offenses, more than twice as likely for property crimes, and nearly twice as likely for drug offenses. Interesting. Okay, so 5 times rate for violent offenses. Okay, so they're saying a bunch of these arrests are immigration related, which isn't spooky. So we don't care about it. Of course, like by definition, they're legal immigrants, so they broke the law by coming here. Okay, crime rates. Okay, we'll move this over to the right, shrink it down a little bit, and then make these notes. These arrest rates include immigration-related offenses. Arrest rates, like we already did that when we filed our data here. We took total. We took the total number of arrests of illegal migrants, and then we subtracted out the entry, re-entry related arrests, and that's how we get this this purple line here. And this is absolute number, so this depends on what to get the rate. We need to know the number of unauthorized immigrants, which is disputed between Pew and Yale. Delete. Yeah, that's this fiscal year. Okay, so arrest rates by crime type. One-tenth weapons related. One-fifth violent. Yeah, it's like that's our most important one. Violence. Half the arrest rate for property crimes. Property. Okay, we're matching the Cancellation half for drug offenses. I want to make all these fractions. Make all these fractions the same format. At the city level data suggests. Oh wait, let me double check that this is this is this is immigrants of all types, not just unauthorized. Versus U.S. foreign citizens. City level data suggests more immigration reduces homicide rates. That's again all immigrants, but like we see here, legal immigrants commit more crime than illegal immigrants, with the most crime, the highest rate crime committers being U.S. born citizens. Okay, reports of general crime rates in border states and many interior cities that have received large numbers of recent arrivals from U.S.-Mexico border also show an overall downtrend in criminal activity year over year. Okay, same with state level data. Okay, screening and vetting migrants for security threats. Since 9/11, the U.S. government has made significant investments in screening and vetting migrants arriving at U.S. borders. And more recently, the United States has increased its investments in cooperation with other countries in the Western Hemisphere to have an earlier and better sense of who is seeking to reach the U.S.-Mexico border. Increased information sharing throughout the Americas and stepped up law enforcement, terrorist watch lists, and intelligence screening at U.S. borders are continuously improving to reduce security threats. Despite existing limitations in accessing criminal databases from some migrant origin countries, so there's limitations on accessing criminal databases from some origin countries, I would assume. Unfriendly ones like Venezuela. You wish that data would be shared freely between countries. Even if imperfect, the screening and vetting process is increasingly thorough and comprehensive, and not a single American has been killed in a terrorist attack on U.S. soil carried out by an immigrant who entered by crossing a land or water border illegally, the Cato Institute has reported. A water border, would this mean like a river or like the ocean? Like I know, for instance, let's use. Oh, I didn't say that. Let's do. I'll show you England. Oh, the UK. Explore Google Earth. Oh, this is not. This is still Chromium. Like, there's a lot of migration into the UK with these cheap boats. It looks like they just buy them on Alibaba. They're like these rubber inflatable boats with these pretty strong motors on them, and they just shoot across the sea. So how many migrants? Does that happen anywhere in the US? Oh, maybe like in Florida. From Cuba, Haiti. There are, I think it was 300,000 estimated unauthorized migrants from the Caribbean. Let's see, what are Caribbean islands? Caribbean map. Color coded, please. Oh, okay, so it's not these islands over. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, if it's the tan countries, and it's the Caribbean is the Bahamas down to Cuba and Jamaica over through Haiti and the DR, Puerto Rico, and then the islands to the west, like the Virgin Islands. Over to Barbados, Trinidad. Okay, let's note this down though. Okay, not a single American has been killed in a terrorist attack on U.S. soil carried out by an immigrant who entered via land or water border illegally. And this is by Cato. Periods of high border arrivals tax its existing capacity and infrastructure, but the Border Patrol performs necessary security screening and vetting procedures for individuals encountered unlawfully crossing into the United States. The DHS Inspector General found. So if they catch somebody that's at the high risk list for, let's say, terrorism, then do they like detain them instead of deport them? In cases where migrants lack government issued identification, U.S. Customs and Border Protection and U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, ICE officers may accept self-reported biographical information to conduct record checks, vetting, and a comprehensive risk classification assessment of an individual's threat to national security before making a determination on detention or release. So I wonder, do they do like an accent analysis? Like we found the other day, most people cannot change their language accent after the age of 12. I mean, maybe temporarily. Obviously, like actors and actresses, they put in a lot of work, change it. They can change their accents temporarily. In many cases, the security screening and vetting process starts hundreds of miles south of the U.S.-Mexico border. For example, under their Panamanian authorities, monitor migrants who transit northbound through their countries, collecting biometric information, i.e. fingerprints and retina scans, of suspicious individuals to run against international and U.S. security databases. How do they classify suspicious individuals? Wonder. These immigration agencies share the results with the U.S. government, which conducts a screening against security databases and sends back information about whether an individual has a criminal background or is a fugitive or known or suspected terrorist. Costa Rican and Panamanian authorities may detain and remove individuals flagged to be potential security threats. Okay, well, this is nice because both Costa Rica and Panama, they each stretch from west to east, from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean. So they make up the entire land bridge, or the entire cross section of the land bridge. Unlike like Honduras and El Salvador, which share that. Oh, okay. So currently if the individual is 14 or older, they collect a DNA sample. Of course, hmm. I wonder if a lot of people lie if they're like 15, they'll say they're 13. You know, kind of like they get discounts at the movies. I don't know if that's still a thing. Querying collected information against U.S. and international law enforcement and immigration databases. These databases include watch lists of suspected terrorists, immigration infraction records, and local, state, and federal law enforcement records. Hard to fake a DNA test. There's no difference in violent crime, rape, or property crime rates in sanctuary cities and non-sanctuary cities. Okay, now we're gonna look at a study. So this Texas one seems to be the strongest one. Okay, I gotta be. Okay. Hello, everybody. I am back. So we're gonna start with the Abramitsky and Bustan study from 2024 of March. This is published in Ember, the National Bureau of Economic Research. It's a government agency. Law-abiding immigrants, the incarceration gap between immigrants and the U.S. born. And then we're going to look at this one. The 2020 paper by he and Roby, comparing crime rates between undocumented immigrants, legal immigrants, and native-born U.S. citizens in Texas. So Texas does better data tracking on immigration status than other states. That's why they did their study in Texas. It's also a border state with a lot of with a high unauthorized immigration population. So their data is valuable. Okay, so I'm looking, let's see, pull up the study. Crime rates. Here we go. Hey, why is this? Oh, Windows thinks that this number is bigger, even though it's 2020 shit. We just pull the day off? Yeah, let's just pull the day off. Okay, we know it's March 2020, good enough. I mean, Windows is usually pretty good. Okay, explainer. Actually, we'll put explainer at the end of this file maybe because so it's properly sorted .pdf. Here we go. We thank Jean Wu. Okay, so this is Abramitsky, Bustan, Elisa Jacome, Santiago Perez, and Juan David Torres paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research, revised March 2024. Published originally July 2023, and it's out of Cambridge. Actually, I'm gonna eat really quick, so let's watch the video. Ah, shit. Should still. Okay, what is catch and release policy? This has never made sense to me because why would you go through the effort of catching people and releasing them? A Washington Post fact checker fact check. Kill 3 News. No, KIII 3 News. Tingen Law. Let's watch this short video. WAPO. Fuck, I can't sign in. See, it just says I can't sign in. Let's try Does that have to do with JDownloader? Let me close that application. Sign in. Is it annoying? You know what? I'm gonna try. I'm gonna close all of my tabs. That are in Thorium, like Chromium modified software. That could be the issue. Okay, close all these tabs in Thorium. Go check my task manager. Make sure it's really closed. Yes, looks closed. Okay, reopen. Fuck. Nope, not working. Okay, well, we'll use Firefox. Sweet, this works.
This afternoon, but he's also tweeting and talking. The president is returning to Washington this afternoon, but he's also tweeting and talking today about immigration and the border wall, saying, quote, Border Patrol agents are not allowed to properly do their job at the border because of ridiculous liberal Democrat laws like catch and release.
There are two court cases that restrict the amount of time unauthorized immigrants can be detained. The first is a 1997 settlement that says all minors, whether or not they are accompanied, should not be detained. This is a 1997 settlement that says all minors, whether or not they are accompanied, should not be detained unless it's absolutely necessary. The second is a 2001 Supreme Court ruling saying, except in certain circumstances, no person can be detained for longer than 6 months. See, in the early 2000s, illegal immigration was rising, and there was limited space in detention centers. So the Department of Homeland no person can be detained for longer than 6 months. See, in the early 2000s, illegal immigration was rising, and there was limited space in detention centers. So the Department of Homeland Security obtained additional funding to expand facilities, allowing Border Control to detain more people and deport them within that 6-month window. After Bush left office, Obama shifted the priorities of the Border Patrol agents. But soon after taking office, the Trump administration rolled back these guidelines. Catch and release isn't a Democratic law. It dates back to the George W. Bush administration and stems in part from court cases. We award 3 Pinocchios.
Hello, and welcome to the next episode of Nation of Immigrants. Today, we're going to be talking about what's all over the news today. The top headlines are catch and release. Apparently, there was some kind of press conference or press release, a statement put out by the Trump administration that they will be ending the policy of catch and release. So we're going to talk about, apparently, there was some kind of press conference or press release, a statement put out by the Trump administration that they will be ending the policy of catch and release. So we're going to talk about what that means and how it influences the immigration climate currently. So welcome, and thanks again for coming.
You're listening to Nation of Immigrants.
America is a nation of immigrants.
A podcast about U.S. immigration law with your host, Jacob Tingen.
Yeah, so catch and release. Let's talk a minute about what this means. But before we even get there, I wanted to show you guys something cool. We got these. So these are new t-shirts for those of you who are listening. We got Nation of Immigrants t-shirts available on sale now. We're going to have these available at store.tingenwilliams.com. Along with our Lawyer Up t-shirts, we'll have Nation of Immigrants t-shirts and mugs, a couple other things. So that's a fun addition to our online store. Wanted to give a shout out for that. And then, as always, you can support the podcast directly by visiting jacobtingen.com. Click on the link that says podcast. You'll be able to find a button to donate. And as I mentioned in the past, we are setting up a 501c3, but the donations to support the podcast we plan to put towards legal bills for immigrants. I hope that if you're interested and you're following and you've subscribed, that you would do that. And then finally, other ways to support the podcast. You don't necessarily have to support with money, but shares and follows always help. We are on iTunes, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and a couple other places. So find us around and follow and share, because really what we're trying to do with this particular podcast and live stream is just share what's going on with immigration and improve the level of understanding about this topic. And I think that as people understand this topic better, that we'll agree more on the issue of immigration, we'll find more solutions. But two, I think we'll also be more compassionate to our neighbors, friends, and family members who are immigrants or who are very close to immigration issues. So that's part of it. So let's talk catch and release. That's the headline. I've never really liked catch and release because people aren't fish. And this is kind of a fishing term, catch and release. It's also not a legal term. It's basically just a term that has been adopted, I think, by society. I think it's one of those terms that has been used by border officials and border agents where the way they view it is we catch them and then release them into the interior of our country. And that's definitely what the term references. We capture them and they're released. But today, the headlines are the Trump administration is ending catch and release. And some people are hailing this as a good thing. Others are saying this is totally bad. And what is it? What does it actually mean? What's actually happening? So here we are. I'm going to read basically just some public statements that were made by Kevin McAleenan. He said, with some humanitarian and medical exceptions, DHS will no longer be releasing family units from Border Patrol stations into the interior. Okay, that means that for family units, the largest demographic by volume arriving at the border this year, the court-mandated practice of catch and release due to the inability of DHS to complete immigration proceedings with families detained together in custody will have been mitigated. So basically what he's saying is, and we've talked about a lot of these issues, the Flores settlement agreement, you can't have children detained for long periods of time. And then again, in light of the Supreme Court ruling that was issued, I think last week or the week before, they're saying, well, look, we're not going to hold on to family units. We can't. In the past, we've released them into the interior of the country, but now the Trump administration has set up multiple roadblocks to allowing people into the country while they wait for due process. Instead, with remain in Mexico, and I love the official name for this, the Migrant Protection Protocols. But the Remain in Mexico policy initiative, now they're just shipping people out. And then they're also pushing for agreements with other countries and trying to return them as quickly as possible. What's interesting in the stated issue, if migrant family units do not claim fear of return, they'll be quickly returned to their country of origin.
Pushing for the others in other countries.
But if they do claim fear, they'll be returned to Mexico, which I think is fascinating. So units do not claim fear of return. They'll be pushing for agreements with other countries and trying to return them as quickly as possible. What's interesting in the stated issue, if migrant family units do not claim fear of return, they'll be quickly returned to their
families do not claim fear of return.
Country of origin. But if they do claim fear, they'll be returned to Mexico, which I think is fascinating. So, as always, immigrants from Mexico who cross over, they won't be returned to Mexico because they're claiming fear from Mexico. And there's not much the Trump administration can do about that. But again, if they came from Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, they crossed through Mexico, well, then they'll be returned to Mexico under the Migrant Protection Protocols.
If they're Honduran, Venezuelan.
So I think that that's a very interesting name for that program, because I think it's well established that many Central Americans are not protected or safe while they wait in Mexico for immigration proceedings. And then, as we've already talked about recently, if they're in Mexico for U.S. immigration proceedings, it's unlikely that they'll be able to get counsel and the kind of assistance they need to win their claims, even if they have good claims. And many of them do, as we've been talking about as well. So this is basically, this policy initiative is basically just them saying, hey, we're going to start doing this now. Like I said, the Supreme Court a week or two ago ruled in favor of Trump. So over the summer, Trump had issued a policy saying, hey, Mexico's a safe third country. Let's keep people there while they wait, and tell them they have to apply for asylum first in Mexico before they come to the U.S. And then that decision, that executive action, was blocked on a national level by a judge. There was a bit of an appeal. Ultimately, it got taken up to the Supreme Court, and in a rapid 7-2 decision, the Supreme Court removed what essentially was a temporary injunction. And so now the original court case is still moving its way through the courts. It might become a permanent injunction. But in the meantime...
Okay, summer 2019, Supreme Court ruling on remain in Mexico. Texas Tribune. Migrant Protection Protocols, also called Remain in Mexico. It's Migrant Protection Protocols, aka Remain in Mexico.
Its effects will be instated, and that's what's happening. That's what's really happening here. So this article is saying, hey, remember that Supreme Court decision? The Supreme Court said we could do this, so now we're doing it. So this is the executive action being implemented. That's what this end of catch and release is. Now, I put end in quotations because, again, I've just never liked these terms, catch and release, about people. But, it's not necessarily the end. Like I said, this case is working its way through the courts. So if it turns into a permanent injunction or this executive action is stalled in any other ways, then the pre-existing asylum processes might come back into place where people come to the border and then are given a credible fear interview and then released into the interior of the United States, as has been done for many years. So what's interesting here is how all these different government players are reacting. Of course, Mexico is kind of sticking to their guns and saying, they've got political pressure not to be seen bending to the U.S.'s will. But Guatemala and apparently also El Salvador have signed agreements to be safe third countries, which is ironic.
What? Let's see how I'll get my spelling. It's Guatemala and El Salvador have signed agreements to be safe third-party countries.
Because El Salvador has one of the highest murder rates in the world, and it is one of the countries that many people are fleeing from. I'm not exactly sure how the U.S. is going to work with El Salvador to get people applying for asylum there, especially if they don't necessarily have to cross through there. A lot of Hondurans can, for example, just cross through Guatemala and Mexico.
Guatemala, like the DJ.
So it's just kind of interesting how this is going to work out. But the immediate effect will be that, they're going to start returning people. They won't be releasing them into the interior. And then what's also interesting is that I read another report that this policy, while it is the current policy and it's apparently going to be implemented next week, and it's already being implemented at some border stations, apparently. The goal is that it would be in all of them next week, but some border stations in Arizona still haven't implemented it and don't appear to have plans to. It's not that the agents themselves are being rebellious or anything. It's just that there's no implementation guidance. And so when you have a new
Guatemala and El Salvador signed agreements. Okay, putting this in our notes, and then where? Putting this up at the top. All right, make its face.
Plan like this, of course, it makes sense that it should be done consistently. So it might take a while to go into effect. So let's talk about this as to whether it's a bad thing or a good thing. I mean, if you've listened to this podcast, you know that I'm an immigration advocate. I do consider this to be a negative thing. It's my view that many of these people do come with fear. I had a mom I had a mom years ago, actually, when we first started getting scores of unaccompanied minors, so minor children coming to the U.S., I had a mom tell me in my office, I would rather my child die on the way to the U.S. with hope in their hearts than die in my country with no hope at all. And I just think that that is where people are at. And I just want you, I'm going to repeat it because I want you to listen to that. This is not an unloving mother. This is a mother who cares about her child a great deal. But at the end of the day, she said, I would rather my child die on the way to the U.S. with hope in their hearts than die in my country with no hope at all. That's where people are at. Now, you can tell me all day long that these are economic migrants.
What's fucked up too is a lot of these countries, not all of them, like so Venezuela wouldn't be an example, but a lot of these countries are fucked up because Americans are buying drugs out of those countries, so the cartels run it. They get extraordinary amounts of money because the US dollar goes so far in those countries. And then they just wreak havoc and violence everywhere. So in some sense, it's like America's fault. A lot of these countries are enduring like so much suffering and chaos.
Migrants, but that's just not the case for the vast majority of them. Another one of the headlines.
I wonder how much money they've lost after so many states now have legalized weed. Let's see, then there's what would happen if the U.S. legalized coke?
And I just think that that is where people are at. And I just want you, I'm going to repeat it because I want you to listen to that. These are economic migrants, but that's just not the case for the vast majority of them. Another one of the headlines that I saw today was about how our immigration court system is broken. And it's interesting that when I look at these headlines and I see all the action that USCIS and our government is taking on the issue of immigration, it all kind of distracts with what is essentially one of the biggest problems, and one of the biggest places to start the solution to this problem is to fix our immigration courts. And unfortunately, a lot of these policies are also attacking our immigration courts. They're overburdening them. Trump's deportations have gone down, while the number of court cases in the backlog have gone up. So the policies aren't accomplishing the policy goals as they were set out, even by Trump himself. And that's a big contributor to the problem here. So catch and release.
Yep. U.S. deportations per year. The number of people deported by ICE from the U.S. interior has been on a downward trend over the past 15 years. Okay, so again, a lot of these are immigration violations. These arrests in these areas. Oh wow, these are way up. So let's look at our data here. These arrest numbers are a lot higher than this data. See, 2021. This is from ICE, but this data is from the Customs and Border Patrol. Data varies wildly from ICE data. Most of these arrests are in Texas and Oklahoma. So these arrests here, these include illegal entry, re-entry violations. And also various types of crimes. Detentions. All right, what is the for ICE? What's the difference between an arrest and a detention? These detention rates are far higher. Like this data here, this is arrest of individuals with criminal convictions. So if they're convicted, does that mean like they have a warrant out and they didn't show up for court, so they got the conviction? Or they have a former conviction that they served time for? And maybe served their time in Mexico or some other country and came back? Okay, so this is Border Patrol. Customs and Border Patrol. So this isn't painting the full picture then, because ICE conducts other arrests. Okay, let's start on our study. Okay, here's our list of here's 2 articles. Here's a study, so we'll our first study here. Law-abiding immigrants, the incarceration gap between immigrants and the U.S. foreign. We thank Jing Wu for sharing historical prison admission data from Missouri. We're grateful to Amy Finkelstein and 5 anonymous referees for most useful editorial guidance. We have greatly benefited from comments from these people. Ember working papers are circulated for discussion and comment purposes. They have not been peer reviewed or been subject to the review by the Ember Board of Directors that accompanies official NBER publications. We provide the first nationally representative long-run series, 1870 to 2020, of incarceration rates for immigrants and the U.S. foreign. As a group, immigrants have had lower incarceration rates of the U.S. foreign for 150 years. Moreover, relative to the U.S. foreign, immigrants' incarceration rates have declined since 1960s. Immigrants today are 60% less likely to be incarcerated, 30% relative to U.S. born whites. This relative decline occurred among immigrants. Okay, so this isn't just unauthorized immigrants. This relative decline occurred among immigrants from all regions and cannot be explained by changes in immigrants' observable characteristics or immigration policy. Instead, the decline is part of a broader divergence of outcomes between less educated immigrants and their U.S. born counterparts. Okay, so immigrants today are 60% less likely to be than US born, 30% less likely than US born whites. The tendency to associate immigration and crime has been pervasive throughout US history. For example, in 1891, Senator Henry Cabot Lodge advocated closing the border, warning that Italian immigrants were members of the mafia, a secret society using murder as a means of maintaining its discipline. Indeed, over the past 150 years, congressional speeches about immigration were twice as likely to mention words related to crime per speech than were speeches on other topics. Right. Well, if they're talking about like going to war with European countries, I don't think they'd be talking about crime. This is not a very powerful point here. Or if they're talking about water rights in the Southwest. Okay. Contrary to this anti-immigrant rhetoric, we document that as a group, immigrant men have had a lower incarceration rate than U.S.-born men for the last 150 years of American history. We combine newly assembled full count census data 1870 to 1940 with census ACAS samples 1950 to 2020. The full count census. I know that ACS is, I believe it's a annual American survey. And then they have the other one that's monthly of 60,000. So we have this in our jargon tab slide. Okay, ACS annually 3.5 million addresses sent. And then the CPS monthly survey of 60,000. Okay, let's put these next to each other. So what's a full count census called? What is the full count census called? Decennial census of population and housing. Does that mean 10 years? Okay, decennial census of population and housing. Conducted every 10 years. As mandated by Article 1, Section 2 of the Constitution. Last one was it? Contrary to this anti-immigrant rhetoric, we document that as a group, immigrant men have had a lower incarceration rate than U.S.-born men for the last 150 years of American history. Oh yeah? What about 160 years ago? We combine newly assembled full count census data with census ACS samples to construct the first nationally representative series of incarceration rates for immigrants in the U.S. born between 1870 and the present day. From 1870 to 1950, immigrants' incarceration rate was only slightly lower than that of U.S. born men. However, starting in 1960, immigrants have become significantly less likely to be incarcerated than U.S. born, even though as a group, immigrants now are relatively younger, more likely to be non-white, have lower incomes, and are less educated. Characteristics often associated with involvement in the criminal justice system. That's a nice way to put it. Today, immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than all. Today, immigrants are 60% less likely to be incarcerated than all U.S.-born men, and 30% less likely to be incarcerated relative to white U.S.-born men. The similar incarceration rates between immigrants and the U.S.-born in the past and the lower incarceration rates of immigrants today are broadly consistent with prior studies documenting immigrant U.S.-born incarceration gaps for specific states and time periods. With access to large samples, including the full population census before 1950, we are also able to provide the first investigation of incarceration rates by country of origin spanning 1870 to 2020. We find a substantial decline in incarceration rates relative to the U.S. born among immigrants from all major sending regions. European immigrants historically had slightly lower incarceration rates to U.S. born men, but recently experienced far lower incarceration rates. Chinese immigrants had similar incarceration rates to the U.S. born before 1960, but today has significantly lower incarceration rates. Right, I think so what would the average profile of a European, somebody European born emigrating to the U.S. look like? I know engineers get paid a lot more in the US, so I've met Europeans in engineering. I just don't think, maybe if they're really rich, they come here, lower taxes. Let's see. What's the main reason Europeans migrate to the U.S. in modern times? Okay, strong English skills. That makes sense. I just don't see why a lot of them would come. Like, the crime rates are higher here. Their countries have decent economies. Europeans' prevalence among U.S. immigrants began to wane in the second half of the 20th century. Significant changes in U.S. immigration policy in 1965 opened pathways for non-European immigrants. Bright economic opportunities in post-World War II Western Europe made emigration less attractive. Oh yeah, and communist governments in most Eastern Europe countries directed barriers to immigration. In 1960, Europeans constituted 75% of all U.S. immigrants. Their share fell to 22% by 1990. While the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 led to a rise in immigration, primarily from Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union, the proportion of European immigrants in the United States has continued to fall. I wonder if they come from Eastern Russia, are they considered Asian? Europeans comprise 10% or slightly more than 4.7 million of the 46.2 million immigrants living in the United States in 2022. According to the most recent U.S. Census Bureau data, Europeans represent the third largest region origin immigrant group after those from the Americas and Asia. Oh, recently the Russian invasion of Ukraine has sparked new movements to the United States, with Ukrainians and Russians alike seeking refuge and opportunity. Europeans are more likely than other immigrants to have strong English skills and to be naturalized U.S. citizens. Compared to immigrants overall in the U.S., foreign European immigrants are more likely to hold a bachelor's degree and have a higher income. Okay, yeah, immigrants overall. I bet most Indians have a bachelor's. The immigrants here. European immigrants also tend to be considerably older than the overall foreign and native-born populations. Most Europeans who became lawful permanent residents in fiscal year 2022 did so through family reunification channels. Nearly one-third were sponsored by U.S. employers. Okay, so there's a large career thing. I'm betting it's mostly engineering. Like if you look up like a UK average salary software developer, I have no idea why there's this disparity. Because they speak English, and a lot of the work you don't need to be on the same time zone for. You just have like check-ins, and you can email statuses. In the UK, the average salary for a software developer is around £55,000 per year, and that would be 55 British pounds to USD. 71,000. That is so low. I don't even think I've never met a software that like we've talked salaries to even guys just right out of college. Damn, graduates start at 28,000 pounds. It's like 35K USD. Okay, let's look up Germany. $62,200. $67,000 for Germans. So let's see, average salary US software developer. $132,000. Highest 10% earning over 208,000. Okay. Chinese immigrants had similar incarceration rates to the U.S. born before 1960, but today have significantly lower incarceration rates. Mexican and Central American immigrants had particularly high incarceration rates in the past, but have had lower incarceration rates than the U.S. born since 1960. From 2005 on, Mexican and Central American immigrants have been more likely to be incarcerated than white U.S. born men. Although we note that a large portion of the increase in Mexican and Central American incarceration after 2005 is driven by detentions in federal immigration facilities, often for immigration-related offenses. When we drop areas home to when we drop areas home to the largest immigration and customs enforcement facilities, the gap relative to the U.S.-born white men moderates or disappears in most years. Although our data do not enable us to precisely pinpoint why there has been a sharp relative decline in the immigration incarceration rate since 1960, we are unable to rule out 3 ex-ante plausible explanations. Okay, let's go to our note slide. Write these down. Ex-ante. Based on forecasts rather than actual results. In a way that is based on forecasts rather than actual results. Notional demand. Based on assumption and prediction and being essentially subjective and estimative. Okay. That's definitely going our word of the day. Ex-ante. Okay, PowerPoint hotkey jump to slide number 30, enter. What is it talking about? 30, enter. 5, enter. What is my numlock's on? Okay. 5, enter. It's not working. Let's just create a new slide. If I have inside, obviously, if I have a text box highlighted, just put the text in. Okay. 5, enter. Control S. Let's save. Okay, we're in edit mode. By title. No, okay, so if I full screen it, what's full screen? F2? Let's see. Full screen mode. PowerPoint. Okay, no, it's F5. Like refresh. Oh, here we go. So I do F5, 30, enter. It takes me there. Okay. F5, 10, enter. Little roundabout. It was pretty fast. Oh, we are able to rule out 3 ex-ante plausible explanation. Unlikely explanation. Okay, not driven by rising rates of U.S. born Black Americans. Is there a rising? It's saying it's not explained by this, but is there a rising rate of U.S. born Black American incarceration rate? Do you have like some data on this? Oh yeah, no, the imprisonment rate is falling for Black, Hispanics, and whites since this is from Pew. It starts in 2006, so since the chart starts, oh, it's gone down a lot for Black people. Okay, peaked in. Okay, so like all of the races are like on this same trajectory. White female incarceration rates are on the rise since 1980, like significantly. It's up by like 5 times. I blame birth control. It's not much though, so not like a huge issue, looks like. Oh, you know, it's got this. Okay. Make this really tiny so it doesn't take up much room. Okay, well that can't explain it because the rates are down anyways. Okay, let's see. Decline is also apparent comparing to US born white men. Let's just use the same. White American. Second, the decline is not driven by changes in immigrants' observable characters. Okay. Not driven by changes in immigrants' observable characteristics, namely their countries of origin, age, race, marital status, state of residence, or educational attainment. Immigrant. Okay, not driven by immigrant characteristics, e.g., country of origin, age, race, marital status, state of residence, or educational attainment. Okay, one sec. Whatever. Okay. Or educational. If anything, immigrants' lower educational attainment in recent decades would predict that they should have higher incarceration rates than they do. Okay, not driven by deportation of offenders. The relative decline in incarceration is present even among immigrants who are U.S. citizens and thus cannot be deported. Moreover, the timing of the decline is also inconsistent with this explanation, whereas the relative decline in immigration incarceration emerges in 1960s. Sharp rise in deportations took place around 2000. The decline starts in the 1960s. Mass deportations started around 2000. Okay. We conclude the paper by showing that lower educated immigrants and US born men, the group that accounts for the vast majority of incarcerated individuals, not only diverged in their incarceration propensities in recent decades, but also diverged at a similar moment along other dimensions, including their labor force participation and likelihood of marriage. One potential explanation for this broad pattern of divergence is that less educated immigrants might have remained relatively shielded from structural changes in the economy, such as globalization and skill bias technological change that negatively affected less educated US born men in recent decades. Immigrants are concentrated in manual tasks and service occupations rather than routine occupations, which did not experience large wage or employment declines in recent decades. Furthermore, immigrants may be okay, so the types of jobs they do have been in demand for a long time, unlike other jobs that were replaced or outsourced. Furthermore, immigrants may be more resilient to shocks, given that they are a self-selected group of individuals possessing traits such as greater willingness to move long distances, less risk aversion. Okay, right, they're more risk-taking. Higher adaptability and cognitive ability, and higher levels of entrepreneurship. Huh. So they have a higher cognitive ability than, I guess, their home population. Our work is most closely related to a set of papers that document immigrant U.S.-born incarceration gaps for specific states and time periods, summarized in Figure A1. Bowling and Peel, 2009, studies historical flows into prisons using state prison records from 1904, 1910, 1923, and 1930. Bowling and Peel studies historical incarceration rates in 8 states by locating individuals residing in state correctional facilities and full count census samples between 1900 and 1930. Consistent with our series, these papers find that immigrants' incarceration rate was similar, if not slightly lower, than that of U.S. born during the age of mass migration. Butcher and Peel used 1980 to 2000 census subsamples to compare immigrant incarceration propensities to those of U.S. born men. Relative to these papers, we provide the first nationally representative, century-and-a-half long, series on the incarceration gap between immigrants and the U.S. born. Our long-run perspective enables us to document that immigrants not only have a lower incarceration propensities than the U.S. born today, but they have experienced similar or lower incarceration rates than the U.S. born throughout American history. Importantly, we also document when the immigrant U.S. born incarceration gap began to widen, circa 1960, and we roll out candidate explanations, i.e. rising deportations, for why such divergence has taken place. Finally, unlike prior work focusing on specific states and periods, our large samples allow us to create a consistent long-term series, disaggregate the series by country of origin group, and document the relative decline in immigrant incarceration. Document that the relative decline in immigrant incarceration applies to immigrants from all regions. This paper is also related to a larger literature for the modern period studying how changes in the number of immigrants affects local crime rates. A number of papers, primarily those based on European data, find that recent waves of immigrants increase crime rates. Others, including those based on U.S. data, find null effects. Okay, so they're saying in Europe, migration's been leading to increased crime. We contribute to this literature by documenting that immigrants themselves have been less likely to be incarcerated than the U.S. born for the last 150 years. If immigrant arrivals have no effect on crime rates, one possibility is that the presence of immigrants increases the criminal propensities of other groups. If immigrant arrivals have no effect on crime rates, despite immigrants themselves being less prone to crime, one possibility is that the presence of immigrants increases the criminal propensities of other groups, e.g. by increasing population growth or racial diversity in local areas. Finally, our study contributes... Wait, are they saying... Well, according to Yale, it could be that they're like, they're counting the number of migrants, so crime rate could be going down among the total population. They'd still be able to separate, though. Well, no, I guess they're not mentioning that they're separating immigrant and non-immigrant crime with like that type of analysis. They're just looking at crime as a whole over an area that has had a lot of migrants move to it. Finally, our study contributes to the literature studying long-term changes in immigrants' outcomes in the U.S. Abramitsky et al. We contribute to this literature by providing a past-present comparison on an as-yet unexplored dimension of immigrant performance, incarceration rates, data and methods, sources. Ideally, to compare the criminality of immigrants in the U.S. born, we would want to measure whether an individual committed a crime. However, such data are not available because many crimes are not reported and many offenders are not arrested. As a result, two common proxies for crime are arrests and incarceration. We rely on incarceration as our proxy. The advantage of using incarceration is that it can be measured in the census, enabling us to build a nationally representative series on incarceration by birthplace starting in 1870. Okay, not all crime is reported. Incarceration is used as a proxy. Since it's available in census data, arrests are not used. For the 1870 to 1940 period, we use the full count census. It's a decennial census to observe. Wait, isn't this a 2020 paper? Why is it citing it 2021? Oh no, this is a 2024 paper. Okay. The advantage of using incarceration is that it can be measured in the census, enabling us to build a nationally representative series on incarceration by birthplace starting in 1870. For the 1870 to 1940 period, we use a full count census to observe the universe of prisoners in the U.S. every 10 years. The exception is 1890, for which individual level records did not survive. Huh. Library of Congress gotta step it up. We start in 1870, as this is the first census to include the full population, including those formerly enslaved. Incarceration. Okay. Start in 1870. First sentence to include full population, including those formerly enslaved. Incarceration is a relatively rare occurrence, particularly in this earlier period, so the full count census allows us to more accurately measure incarceration rates for all immigrants as well as for immigrant subgroups. The 1940 census is the last sentence for which full count data are currently available in digitized form. Do they mean it's the first census? Or it's available in digitized form? Hence, for the 1950 to 1990 period, we use the largest available sample in each decade. Oh, they never digitized 1950 to 1990? For most recent years, we use data from the American Community Survey, which is a yearly survey sent to 3.5 million addresses. We include details on these samples in online appendix B. Let's see. Opinion poll on immigrant. Close this thing. Okay, here's a statista. %25 of people. This is 2018. Who did the polling? 2018. Only 25% of the population thought that undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit crimes than American citizens. I like to see the question asked because some people might be like, well, crossing the border illegally is a crime, so by definition, they're all criminals. Six in 10 see illegal immigration is a very serious problem. Yeah, I mean, I get the reasoning. Obviously, like, it'd be nice. We legalize immigration. I mean, we have the U.S. takes action to eliminate or just like greatly reduce illegal immigration, and then we allow more immigrants in legally. But it doesn't seem like either parties in Congress can get along to do that. New polling shows people of all stripes want immigrants treated with dignity. A poll conducted last week indicates that large majorities of Americans don't hold views of immigrants that are as harsh as those of President-elect Donald Trump. The poll found that Americans overwhelmingly think that deportation should focus on immigrants who commit violent crimes, that the persecuted should be protected, and that families should be kept intact. Okay, 66% said violent criminals and those with deportation orders should be the focus. While 34% said efforts should target all undocumented immigrants. I mean, that's just silly because they're so involved in our agricultural sector. We just have the food stops flowing if we deported all of them. Oh wow, it was consistent across political ideologies. I have heard a lot of conservatives say that I know in my personal life that they respect the work ethic of illegal immigrants. Okay, back to the study. Okay. Oh, okay. So um Occupation is listed as prisoner. That does keep them pretty occupied. This refinement addresses potential misclassification of prisoners. For instance, some individuals whose occupation is listed as prisoner are not classified as living in a correctional institution. For 1950 onward, we rely on the group quarters type variable to classify individuals as incarcerated. Starting in 1990, IPOM's data report whether individuals are institutionalized but not the type of institution in which they reside. For instance, we do not know if someone is in a prison or nursing facility. To address this issue, we focus on men ages 18 to 40 for whom institutionalization is a very close proxy of incarceration throughout the paper. To summarize, our baseline sample focuses on men ages 18 to 40 and compares immigrants to all U.S. foreign men. Our main takeaways are nevertheless similar if we compare immigrants to U.S. foreign white men or if we focus on other age groups. Okay, let's take a look at figure 1. Accounting for changes in immigrant characteristics. A potential... Oh wait, what's this section I say? Okay, main results. A potential explanation for the decline in immigrants' relative incarceration rates is that their observable characteristics might have changed in ways that make them less likely to be incarcerated than the U.S. foreign. We begin by documenting changes in the characteristics of incarcerated and non-incarcerated individuals by nativity status and time period. Compared to the 1940 to 1970 period, immigrants have become relatively less educated than U.S. foreign men, whereas the proportion of men without a high school degree has declined by nearly 80% among non-incarcerated U.S. foreign men, from 45% to 10%. Without a high school degree? In 1940, 45% of men aged 18 to 40 didn't have a high school degree. I didn't know that. The same proportion only declined by half among non-incarcerated immigrants, 52% to 25%. Given that high school dropouts are overrepresented in the incarcerated population, such a change would tend to increase immigrants' relative incarceration rates. We next directly compare the incarceration propensities of immigrants to observationally similar U.S. foreign men. Specifically, we use regressions to estimate the immigrant U.S. foreign incarceration gap, and we quantify how this gap changes once we add observable characteristics to the regression. Changes in immigration policies, deportations, and detentions. The number of immigrant deportations from the U.S. began rising in the 1990s and reached record high numbers around 2010. Increased deportations may have affected immigrants' incarceration rates in two ways. First, surges in deportations increase the expected cost of committing a crime for non-citizens, and thus might lower their rates of criminal activity. These migrants can expect to serve a period of incarceration in the U.S. and then may face deportation after serving their sentence, the so-called double penalty. Okay. I thought that we sent convicts back to their countries for their sentences. Save us money. Maybe not. Second, if immigrants who commit crimes are deported without serving their sentence, then we might find that immigrants are less likely to be incarcerated because immigrant offenders are removed from the data via deportation, even if they committed as many or more crimes than U.S. born. We rule out these two possibilities in turn. First, if the relative decline in immigration incarceration rates was solely driven by an increased risk of deportation, we would not expect to see the decline for immigrants who hold U.S. citizenship and thus cannot be deported. Oh, okay. However, figure 3 shows that, if anything, the relative decline is more pronounced when we focus on immigrants who are U.S. citizens. Second, the relative decline in immigrants' incarceration rates is unlikely to be mechanically driven by deportations. First, immigrants who have been convicted of a crime are typically deported after serving their sentence, and immigrants may not have access to benefits that can shorten incarceration spells for citizens, e.g. participating in diversion programs. Okay, immigrants who have been convicted of a crime are typically deported after serving sentence. Interesting. Furthermore, the relative decline in immigrants' incarceration rates emerged by 1960 before the rise in mass deportation in the 2000s. Finally, more than 90% of individuals who are deported today are Mexican and Central American. Yet the immigrant U.S.-born incarceration gap has widened for all immigrants from all regions. Okay, let's look at this figure. Figure 1. Wait, what is the figures? Here we go. Zoom in a little bit. Incarceration rates of immigrants in U.S. born men, 1870 to 2019. First generation immigrants. Damn, incarceration skyrocketed for citizens in the 80s. It's a crime wave. Oh yeah, you can see this huge divergence in numbers. European immigrants, Chinese immigrants, Mexican, and Central Americans. Oh, they diverge more sharply than Chinese and Europeans. The rest of the world has... So outside of Europe, Chinese, Mexican, and Central American immigrants, all the other immigrants have super low incarceration rates. Oh, I was reading this wrong. Okay, all immigrants. Okay, Europeans have super low incarceration rates. Mexicans and Central Americans are lower than U.S. citizens. Oh, they were higher than U.S. citizens before 1960, and now they're lower by like a third. They've been lower by a third since like 1980. The rest of the world, Chinese have extremely low incarceration rates. Europeans are low, not as low as Chinese. Old Europeans, new Europeans. What do they mean by that? Okay, yeah, this is like the main data. Wait, what does new and old European mean? Oh, old Europeans are Northern and Western European, and new Europeans are Southern and Eastern Europeans. So this Poland would be Eastern Europe. Is Poland considered Eastern Europe? I know we have had like a large Polish migration in the U.S. before. Yes, Poland is generally considered to be part of Eastern Europe. Google Earth. I should just bookmark this. Here's Poland. Okay, so I take everything east of Germany. So Germany would be Western Europe, I'm pretty sure. We have the Balkans would be Southern or Eastern. Any case, new Europeans. Okay, so let's go back to figure one. It's okay. So the new Europeans, so Southern and Eastern Europeans, have about half the rate of incarceration as the Western and Northern Europeans. Okay. Data is restricted to men 18 to 40. Do criminal illegal immigrants typically serve their sentence in the U.S.? Fact check it. The National Bureau of Economics Research. Yes, according to Axios. But the federal government, since the Clinton administration, has always prioritized deporting immigrants convicted of violent crimes after they serve their sentences. Right. If they're not citizens, of course. But some immigrants are citizens, of course. Prosecuting people for coming to the U.S. Congress.gov. Criminal aliens in the United States. Report prepared by the Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations of the Committee on Governmental Affairs, United States Senate. 1995. America's immigration system is in disarray and criminal aliens constitute a particularly vexing part of the problem. Criminal aliens occupy the intersection of two areas of great concern: the American people, crime, and the control of our borders. Criminal aliens are a serious and growing threat to public safety that costs our criminal justice system hundreds of millions of dollars annually. Although criminal aliens who commit serious crimes are subject to deportation under the current law, the deportation system is in such a way that no one, including the Commissioner of the Immigration and Naturalization Service, INS, can even say with certainty how many criminal aliens are currently subject to the jurisdiction of our criminal justice system. We do know that the Federal Bureau of Prisons confines about 22,000 criminal aliens, 25% of the total prison population, and that both the number and percent have been growing steadily since 1980. The Justice Department estimates that there are about 53,000 criminal aliens in federal and state prisons. So they're saying that a quarter of the federal prison population are immigrants. Where are they getting that data from? Federal Bureau of Prisons. Okay, this is federal prison, and then there's state prisons that have an additional 31,000. However, this figure does not include criminal aliens in local jails, on probation, or on parole. Okay, but if you look at this data, I mean, we have the graph on percentage of the population that is an immigrant. So in 1995, that would be 10%. It's like 25% of the prison population. I mean, they're like committing crimes at like 3 times the rate. But this is census data. Federal Bureau of Prisons. Is that even in existence anymore? Yep, Federal Law Enforcement Agency of the DOJ. Okay, let's see. The BOP, the BOP. Okay, BOP data on immigrants in prisons. According to BJS reports about incarcerations in the U.S., the number of non-citizens incarcerated by the Bureau of Prisons decreased approximately 33% from 2017 to 2022. Here we go. Inmate citizenship. Mexico, 8% of inmates And what's this data telling us? Yeah, there's like I think like 80% the incarceration rate as U.S. born citizens. Okay, but can we have a graph over time? Population statistics. There's 142,396 federal inmates in BOP custody. Okay, here's the Department of Justice that BOP falls under. Okay, how can we get their data? Oh, right, yeah, because a lot are in prison for immigration. Wait, are they in prison or